Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, September 6th. Weirdly, I either clicked on the one bit of news or there just isn't any news, and I guess it really isn't any news. The last thing we have is from the 4th with this new selection pack, which is weird because normally you always have news. And almost always it is completely unimportant news. And once again, something I have done has started to trigger the web peak right when we start streaming. Not exactly sure what it is, but it seems to happen really at the beginning, and that is that. So it doesn't seem like it just keeps on happening. Yep, every time I make changes, there is always that potential for making mistakes, and in that spirit I have a thought certainly to make some more changes to my OBS recording software setup, in that I am wondering if it wouldn't be beneficial to make the YouTube Shorts stream to Twitch too. Speaking on that aspect, though, I would have to point out, though, I've also been mislabeling all my videos as reruns when they technically weren't reruns, and now I've realized that all of those videos that I was relabeling as reruns have not been counting towards the metric to become an affiliate, to be able to load up pre-recorded videos and upload pre-recorded videos. So past 2 weeks or so has really just been all for naught. All of those live stream videos, video on demand things, will be deleted in probably 7 days on Twitch just automatically, because Twitch just does not maintain video on demands. I could go and maybe highlight all the video on demands so that they would stay longer, but whatever. At a certain level, I kind of like the idea that Twitch videos would go away, but it doesn't really work as a concept to have a exclusive early access on Twitch for a few days and then have that become a thing that helps anything. How do I say this? Yeah, I'm not using actual words here. Yeah, because I'm definitely coming from the perspective that I still don't really believe Twitch is a path to success for most people, particularly including me. But most people, I think, just cannot maintain that 30 days of constant streaming non-stop. Like, you really would lose, I think, being a partner or being an affiliate if you just took a month off on Twitch. Whereas YouTube is much more about pre-recorded footage, and because it's much more about pre-recorded footage, you could take a month off and make the next really good video to put out instead of the incredible low quality streaming content you might make otherwise on Twitch. But yeah, their requirements to stay in the YouTube Partner Program have nothing to do with having an average number of viewers during live streams or having a average number of comments on videos in any way, or comments in a live stream, whereas Twitch's do. So Twitch is way more focused on the interaction aspects, whereas, yeah, which is why I've always leaned more heavily into YouTube. Plus, you just have a bigger audience. Like, I honestly want to be able to bring people who maybe aren't that into gaming into the idea of watching my YouTube videos, even if they're not into games, because personally I think what I do as a critic is a little bit different than what a lot of other people do, so there's there is that hope, at least. Whereas on Twitch, even if you were yeah, even if you were streaming one specific game, like, you're not really given a lot of chances to see to be advertised to, or potentially run into other other streamers playing other games. Alright, well, I guess that's about as much as I have to say. Now, if I was going to Twitch live stream the creation of the YouTube Shorts, I mean, it certainly could be done. I am definitely eating up into my bandwidth, or just utilizing my bandwidth a lot more. I'm also still running into some limitations on how many videos I can just upload to YouTube, the main focus. If I can't get to the point where I can upload videos to Twitch, there pretty much is no other hope. You could technically upload videos to Facebook, but Facebook limits you to 240 minutes on videos, or maybe somewhere around 2.3 gigabytes on videos, which may not be 100% accurate on all of those numbers, but the general point there to take from that is you're limited in some way. And yeah, I don't know of any other service that really would make sense. So I'm very much in a position where I'd prefer to see Twitter/X fail a little bit more miserably, and then because it failed a little bit more miserably, they could bring about a new person in charge of Twitter that would focus on video playing a role there, or in general somebody just making a competitor to YouTube. But yeah, I totally screwed up on Twitch by labeling them as reruns. They aren't technically reruns anyways, because they are being live broadcasted. I'm just not looking at the chat, so inherently I think I'm just going to have to stream on Twitch and piss off the people I piss off, as far as not responding to the chat. Guess I don't have anything in the graveyard to bring back there. So you hit this. Do this. it's been a weird couple of days after finishing Disney Epic Mickey 2. I wanted to play Castle of Illusion on Steam, but that game is so incredibly broken. I'm not sure I mentioned this on the stream or not, but yeah. First time I ran it, the audio was very low. Second time, it seemed to crash my audio drivers to the point where I needed to reset my whole computer to fix it. Third time I ran it, well, these are the third significant times I ran it. I ran it many other times trying to debug it, the option. Third significant time I ran it, the video and audio played perfectly. Fourth time I ran it, the video started going up. And then I ran it several more times, and finally, after spending probably an hour on it, I was like, wait a minute, this is just not realistic as far as bugginess there. So then I jumped over to Jones on Fire, which is an infinite runner and not a 2D platformer. So I really just stupidly picked the wrong thing, because I was looking for something with 2D platforming in it to kind of highlight the lack of 2D platforming in Epic Mickey 2, which I would have liked to see a lot more of that. And so yeah, I made a quick look around Jones on Fire. It's a cell phone game that doesn't have controller support and doesn't really make sense to exist or talk about on Steam anymore. It possibly had some relevancy when it first came out as being an earlier example of mobile games and an earlier example of mobile games being ported to PC, but Jones on Fire is very much a low polygon infinite runner game that's actually not even an infinite runner. It's actually a round-based roguelite game with jumping around and then always running to the right of the screen aspects. And there's definitely a feeling that Jones on Fire as a game at best would be interesting for a couple of days, a couple hours worth of play at most, and it would only maintain its need for you to play it based on having very expensive upgrades and very expensive extras like hats for the cats that are in the game. High cost. So then I moved over to the Disney Afternoon Collection, which is, I believe, 6 Capcom in-era games based off of the Disney afternoon cartoons of the 80s era. So this would be DuckTales, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. And on top of having one game for each of those, DuckTales and Chip 'n Dale's have a sequel. And so I started to give some thought as to I started to play those, and then very quickly found the emulation pretty terrible and lackluster. The menus are kind of nice, but then the menus use a different button layout versus what you might program the buttons to for the game, which is confusing. That the A and B, if I swap the A and B buttons, which is all the buttons that exist for an NES game, I would expect it to be swapped in the menu as well as swapped in the games. So the problem though with all these NES games is that they're not really playable, with the one exception of the newest game, each game being released a year after each other and clearly being somewhat iterated on by the previous game, although some of the games are fairly different. Tailspin, for instance, is a side-scrolling shooter game that is built around a very weird looking platforming sections that obviously they're just using the same code for the base of how the game is made. But yeah, the last game in the series, Chip and Dale's 2, finally zoomed out the characters at a resolution that was more reasonable, so then the characters moved a little bit faster and moved in different directions, a little bit better controls, where all the others are very stiff, rigid controls. And it really just highlights how the vast majority of NES games aren't really worth playing. There's something I would torture a little kid with playing and saying, hey, try this and see if you can get good at this game, just to keep them busy. But anybody with any experience of modern games with the quality of life improvements and just much better controlling and much better graphics isn't really going to play an NES game. The DuckTales remake is very playable, but I couldn't get past the first level in the DuckTales original version, which definitely highlights the difference there. Unfortunately, we've seen no evidence that they would remake any of the other games, and even the DuckTales remake didn't bother to include DuckTales 2, so that kind of sucks. And I don't think Disney has a really large motivation to make any of those characters that popular, although they should. Like, to a certain level, there should probably be an option in Disney Plus to play cartoons in between other things. Shorts like Steamboat Willie that are only like 5 minutes long might make sense to play that before watching the next episode of The Mandalorian. But also, just having a schedule of sorts that in the afternoon they're playing old DuckTales cartoons in order every day, and for Disney Plus, maybe it doesn't need to be an over-the-top free ad-supported television type channel option, but it should probably be a scheduled option. Like, it's amazing how terribly Disney Plus has advertised itself that I don't know if you can watch old Mickey Mouse cartoons. I don't know if you can watch old DuckTales cartoons. I know there's like newer versions of those things, and at a certain level, maybe those newer versions are the things that they're so interested in selling that they're not willing to show the old stuff. But Disney is increasingly around the world abandoning physical media, so it's not like they're selling discs. What in the world just happened there? That was crazy. I went to stymie this character, and instead he killed my guy. So in doing a quote-unquote quick look that went over 2 hours, looking at each of those games, there was a nice feature in that there is a time attack, and they are recording the playthroughs of people who do time attacks for each of the games. So I tried each game, which DuckTales 1 being about the only game I've ever played, or even come close to playing. I tried each level, couldn't get to the end of most of the levels. Maybe I made it to the end of Tailspin and one other, and then just resolved to play the fastest time attack videos that were available for each of the games, which most of the games are averaging less than 10 minutes to run through the entirety of the game. And it's not like they're doing amazing speedrunning strats. I would say the Chip and Dale's 2 speedrun in the #1 time attacks position on the leaderboard was using some speedrun strats, whereas everybody else was pretty much just playing the game the way it was intended, which really highlights how even if you're getting 6 games, you're barely getting 60 minutes of content to actually see if you can actually play from the beginning to the end of those things, which you probably would have had to have been a kid that played the games for hours and hours to get good at them to make it to the ends of any of the games. But yeah, it's very weird to try to make an argument for fair use when I'm sitting there watching somebody else's gameplay and commenting as best as I can to try to make it criticism and fair use when somebody else is playing. Which I guess that might be a small taste of what it would be like to be one of those scammers that steals people's video on YouTube and other services and then pretends like they are the person playing when really they are just talking over somebody else's no commentary playthrough. I also realized that a couple of the videos, live streams I made for Epic Mickey were muted by Twitch and really got no notification of that at all. And there's no way on Twitch to contest being muted at all. Which is yet another nail in the coffin of using Twitch as anything other than a delayed secondary advertisement channel to push people back to watching the premieres of videos on YouTube. And at a certain level, if I was more successful, YouTube would also try to funnel people to memberships or Patreon, which might be at some point early access videos, but that would take more work and is not justifiable to do that extra work until I have a lot more subscribers and followers and fans in general. But yeah, so barely played Jones on Fire, couldn't play Castle of Illusion, barely played any of the footage on the Disney Afternoon Collection, and then I did one episode earlier today, in between all the naps that is, which I'm still sleeping quite a bit, of a game called Dueled, D-E space B-L-O-B, which, yeah, it's a kind of paint themed game, and since Epic Mickey 2 is kind of a paint themed game, I think that will work fairly well. Although it does kind of feel like best case scenario I'm going to spend maybe 20 hours in the black if I try to get all of the abilities. We have someone named Mama Medoc, or Medic, saying hello on the chat. Hello? Yep. Every time I look at my chat decorum post, I think I need to rephrase that again. You know what? I think I'm just gonna go to like a chat GPT thing and say, and see if I can have ChatGPT write it in a more human or kind way. Mama Medic saying, why don't you challenge people? Why do I not challenge people on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or any other multiplayer game? Because I just don't have the attention span for it. I'm not good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Really. It's really difficult to friend people on Yu-Gi-Oh! And do a challenge in the first place. It's not as difficult as it could be, but it isn't really great. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just constantly pushing you towards ranked. So I'd much prefer to maintain a rank of Platinum each month than to get into playing a whole bunch of challenges. On top of that, it's important to point out that these live streams I do, only the first hour of gameplay or so is actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And then it goes into video game news as the full focus. And at that level, if I spent the first hour challenging people and playing people there, I barely would even get the daily quest done, like, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so slow. And then you also run into the thing is it's future looking too, certainly. Challenging somebody now when there's only maybe 3 or 4 people watching, or even 50 people watching on a good live stream day. Even if it was 500 people watching, that's fine. But once you start hopefully getting more successful on YouTube and you have 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 people watching, maybe watching live, all of a sudden there's just going to be an incredible amount of unfairness in playing one random person. And I don't want to get slimy and sleazy on it and say I'd play people if they like donated to my channel through a chat donation at a certain amount or something like that. I'm just not that into either Yu-Gi-Oh or challenging people in the first place. Half of the don't challenge me to a game also is that people come off incredibly aggressive a lot of times, or sometimes. They really just won't take no for an answer if you say no to a challenge, so that's why it's a preemptive no in the decorum in the first place. And then they often will troll in a bit of a way by not playing people will play fairly poorly, or they'll just lose to my deck just because of random luck, and then they'll go, oh wait, that was the wrong deck, I meant to play this other deck, or I have this other deck I'd like to show off, and then they try to stretch it out to a second game, a third game, a fourth game. I've just never had a good experience with it. In fact, I would say generally playing against other players or playing against people who want to be friendly with me or friends has never really worked out that well for me, which is definitely why I mostly only play single player games, and I don't try to play any of those player versus player or co-op group games like Call of Duty and things like that, team-based games. Alright, moving on. Let's go ahead and start covering the news. Let's see, play this too. What do we want to discard? Probably would have been smarter to discard some other things first. Let's go ahead and destroy those two. Negate the effect of your opponent's first spell card or effect that resolves each turn when you control a spellcaster monster. So yeah, Video Games Chronicle says Diablo 4 will have annual expansions according to the franchise boss. Rod Ferguson used the phrase during a recent interview. Which maybe that is an indication that they are going in a different direction, probably, as far as not trying to have absence grow the heart fonder between the gap between new content for Diablo 3 and the launch of Diablo 4. And it probably is the right move. If you are going to try to make Diablo 4 work in this modern time frame, you are effectively going to have to evoke the old style of doing things, which is to say we're going to have big expansions and not small monthly expansions, although they're kind of doing that too. They're trying, I think, fairly heartily to make a World of Warcraft equivalent of something that people would focus all of their attention on and play non-stop. But I don't think Diablo 4 has a good chance of having that happen, although there might be some tricks to get around these problems that you could address with annual expansions. If all of a sudden an annual expansion lets you play a very different type of game where your characters don't reset in after the first year, then that could change things drastically. If Diablo 4 started to add content in a style that we've never seen before, that could drastically change Diablo 4. Although at a certain point that kind of speculation is just saying if something happens, not even knowing what that something is, that could fix Diablo 4. Or the perception I have of less interest in Diablo 4 than there probably should be. Although, I mean, they really only have themselves to blame. And saying right now that Diablo 4 will have annual expansions is somewhat questionable because the Activision Blizzard merger very possibly goes through before the next 12 months. Then that plan could be totally changed under Microsoft's ownership of Diablo 4. Gotta love those connection failures, disconnects. I think I finally really got my network set up too. I really haven't had too much of a problem recently. Although the Roku software updated and it now looks different for Roku TVs. Let's see. I think I might be uploading videos at the same time right now too. Although in this case the opponent just surrendered. These are very possibly just Smurf accounts losing on purpose, or Smurf accounts made by Konami to lose on purpose to give you a higher feeling of satisfaction with the game. Video Games Chronicle also says that Mortal Kombat 1's roster has leaked in its entirety because someone got a Switch version early, which I am a little shocked that Mortal Kombat 1 is coming out that quickly. Like 2 weeks from now, apparently. I would have sworn that Mortal Kombat 1, when it was announced, was going to be a year away. Which, that definitely lowers my expectations severely on what Mortal Kombat 1 is really going to be. And it's almost certainly going to play and feel very much like the previous Mortal Kombat game. The previous most recent one, which I guess would have been 11. And I assume by using the number 1 that they're going to, in some ways, try to lower expectations and deliver less content with less characters, which may not be a terrible idea anyways. I don't think there was a lot of people playing Mortal Kombat 11 to play as every single character in the Mortal Kombat pantheon. I don't think Western fighting game makers though have really figured out what fighting games should be yet, even though they've been around for a long time. Like, at a certain level, I guess fighting games were at their purest form probably during the arcade era, when you're playing Street Fighter 1, Street Fighter 2 at arcades in small chunks on the weekends. And once it started to get to console, once you got away from having to put a quarter in the machine, then they had to completely rethink what the actual goals of fighting games were and how much of that content in a fighting game has to actually be made by the creators of the game versus the interaction being mostly player versus player in arcades. But yeah, with Mortal Kombat 1 coming out in 2 weeks, it definitely feels to me like they aren't going to announce or release anything interesting or special otherwise. I think this might be the lie of the day, if we were going to have a lie of the day on this. According to Video Games Chronicle, Xbox claims that the Minecraft Series X ratings, quote, aren't indicative of release plans. The game was recently rated for next-gen consoles in the US and Europe. Which, yeah, that's total bull. There has not been a single case of a game bothering to go through the legal process and the paperwork process of being rated, even if it is not technically a legal process, which I guess technically it isn't. You're just not going to pay to go through that or pay somebody to put it in the filings unless you're planning on releasing it. This is the ratings filings too. It's not like you're just paying a lawyer to do patent filings so you can protect yourself from being sued or sue somebody else. Like ratings from ratings boards, which would be the ESRB in the United States, and I forget who it would be in Europe, particularly. Like, I'm pretty sure both of those ratings boards are completely independent, so, and not run by government entities. So yeah, there's no protection in having your game rated. Now, the interesting thing I would say here is that a Series X version of Minecraft's console edition, the one with the store that they're way more focused on, not the Java edition that was the original version of Minecraft, wouldn't really be that interesting. You could put some shaders on it and make it look a little bit better. You could release that ray tracing mod on it and try and make things look better that way, but it's still just going to be Minecraft. It's much more interesting if a next generation version for the Series X of Minecraft is the Java version, and they are going to straight up let you avoid the store and potentially download maps and mods and run them in some kind of sandboxed environment on your Xbox console. That would be fairly groundbreaking, and it probably would never happen, but it would be way more interesting, certainly. There are still kids out there obsessed with Minecraft, and I'm a little surprised as far as the longevity of that obsession, considering Minecraft isn't really churning out new content like crazy compared to the fandom of, say, Pokemon when it first came out. Minecraft is not adding that much new content. Like, if you were big into Pokemon with the original 150 characters, Red and Blue, it was really just a couple years before they started to come out with Pokemon Gold, and then the other next generation, second generation Pokemon games with even more Pokemon. And with each new Pokemon game, you were getting somewhere between dozens and hundreds of new Pokemon characters, whereas you're not getting dozens or hundreds of new blocks in Minecraft or new mobs in Minecraft. And every addition to Minecraft is pretty minimal. It's something that tends to be somewhat thought out as an addition, and they definitely put a lot of thought as to how one new item would synergize with the existing items. But adding bees didn't drastically change Minecraft. And after they expanded the end to have islands, that was about the last thing that I would think was a really big addition to Minecraft's landmass generation. They added like mansions, I guess. I attacked, but I can't summon Zeus for some reason. Whoops. The bigger problem, certainly, though, is that the Series X is far too expensive a console to really justify giving to a kid who plays Minecraft. And even if it was an adult who plays Minecraft, I would say, if your goal is to play Minecraft, the Series X is the wrong choice. You could almost certainly play Minecraft on the Steam Deck, not through Steam's own launcher, but you can make a custom icon from it and then have portable Minecraft on a fairly powerful computer. Or you could just own a computer and play Minecraft. I guess it might be interesting to see, to investigate that. Let's see if I can do that. Minecraft, and then on Steam Deck. See what comes up when I search that. Yeah, we have an article here, how to play Minecraft on the Steam Deck, the Prism Launcher Guide for Java version 1 point something, how to install Minecraft on Steam Deck from the XDA, playing Minecraft on the Steam Deck for Reddit. So, yeah. Definitely seems like there's a way you can play it on the Steam Deck, and if you just have a regular PC that's running Windows, that is fairly easy too. The bigger question, I suppose, would be, could you play the newer version of Minecraft? The Bedrock Edition on Steam Deck. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually can't play the Bedrock Edition on Steam Deck. But yeah, this tutorial here is not super complicated, and that's for Java version 1.19. It's questionable how much it's really worth buying the Xbox Series X in general. Like, you really would have to have a large catalog of disc-based games and or a massive amount of expendable extra money. Otherwise, or you need like a high dynamic range 2K monitor to justify it. Alright, I got an alarm going off. I'm gonna mute myself and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Minorest of minor emergencies there. Like, nothing worth even really mentioning. That alarm really shouldn't have gone off in the first place. Alright, but we lost the game there. To just walking away, which that is also irritating when you're desperately pushed by Yu-Gi-Oh! To play ranked and then you're not given but barely enough time to actually play a game, let alone being distracted for even a minute or two. Moving on with news. The Zelda producer says there are no plans for a Tears of the Kingdom DLC. Breath of the Wild received 2 major DLC expansions. Which, yeah. But I don't think I really like the idea of Nintendo trying to get into DLC until Nintendo commits to making a lot more content and just hiring more second-party developers or having more first-party developers on board in the first place. Nintendo has maybe not as many characters as Disney does, as far as Mickey, Donald, and Goofy games that could be being made at the moment. But they do have a lot of characters, and only so many months in the year that they could actually even make games based off those characters, and even on that they have some backstory there, that some backlog, not backstory. Like, we barely every now and then get a good Metroid game. We haven't had a good Star Fox game in a long time. Wave Race hasn't been in a long time, and Pilot Wings and Banjo-Kazooie and Conquer, and a lot of those characters I think Nintendo may actually own. Some of those maybe Nintendo doesn't own. I'd have to actually go and try and find a list. But for them to then potentially double down and try and have DLC for their most successful franchise might be too Zelda-centric. And it also probably creates a situation where people that want a different type of Zelda, which you pretty much have to have some kind of different type of Zelda next go around, are not going to be satisfied by DLC, particularly from Nintendo, who has no experience with DLC. And the people who love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are probably still going to want a new Zelda game in the next couple of years, not 4 years to 6 years. Which that too would be a big commitment. I'm effectively letting this guy draw as many cards as he wants, which is a mistake. But let's see how this actually goes. I'm gonna play the full strategy here, which I tend to skip over. I tend to just jump to the 4th cost character. But if you actually summon all of this, it does give you some extra options. And it does actually end up giving you a full victory if I could attack on the first turn. That's over 8,000 points there between this and this. Although that only really happened because I could attach this extra 1,200 to it. If I hadn't been able to attach the 1,200, I'd be slightly below 8,000. So I'm betting that my 2 cards here means he can't board clear, and he can't play any of these cards we've given him. Which would be nice if there was a counter to tell you how many cards he even has. But I bet he can play something. I'm gonna get prompted every time he does something. Yep. He's playing the newer Labyrinth deck, I think is what they're calling it, as far as a meta deck. Or I'm still playing my same old Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck that I haven't had any crafting points to improve upon in probably 6 months. canceled my ability to destroy a card. I could still discard a card if I wanted to. And to follow up on that thought, 4 more retro games have been added to the Switch Online service, subscription service, but really none of them are interesting, and a lot of them are Japanese language only, even though they're being released to the West. So you get Kirby Star Stacker, which for the first time is coming to the West. And then you have a game called Joy Mech Fight and Downtown Nekitsu March Super Awesome Field Day. And then Game Boy Color gets Quest of Camelot. And you can see by the... Whoops. I didn't play fast enough. Darn it. All that work to get no reward at all for all that summoning. And if anything, I painted myself into the corner by doing all that work on the first turn. I probably should adopt a more casual first turn play if I go first, just to save time. Anyways, the point I was saying here is that you have the Japanese covers for 3 out of the 4 of these games because they're Japanese only, and then you have Quest for Camelot Game Boy Color game. Nintendo has officially at this point, I think, hit the bottom of the barrel. Maybe they knew Starfield was coming up, and so they said, heck, for this week or this month, let's go light and not release anything. But I would question if there's a Nintendo game that has come out recently that would justify them going lackluster on the subscription releases. Pikmin 4, maybe? Maybe that's out. Maybe that's coming out this week. But yeah. I honestly really do think it is just a case that Nintendo has very few games that they still have free and clear as far as all the legal licensing problems that they could have put on the streaming service, and they probably never planned that 30 years in the future they would be re-releasing games on a streaming service, and they probably didn't even plan 10 years ago or 5 years ago that they'd be re-releasing things, so they just haven't kept up probably the legal paperwork and the agreements, nor do they really care, I think. Another big story we have here is Apple Arcade is adding the only James Bond game available for mobile. This would be Cypher 007, one of 4 new titles coming to the subscription service in September. I question if this is a brand new game, though, and the other games is My Talking Angela 2 Plus, Samba de Amigo Party to Go, being mentioned also. Apparently Hitman Studios developing an officially licensed James Bond game, which, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Hitman developers would do to differentiate a James Bond game from the Hitman series, or for that matter even the Tomb Raider games, because Lara Croft in the past definitely has been depicted as being capable of being a James Bond stylish adventurer too. So, yeah. I question to some level, whether James Bond games can ever be particularly that interesting, because the James Bond books, I imagine, are somewhat similar to the James Bond movies, which are fairly plot-driven and narrative. Like, you have a lot of James Bond running around and being shot at or shooting people, but not enough of that it becomes a generic Call of Duty game where there's enemies around every corner. Even GoldenEye 64 in part had that as a problem, in that there really wasn't a narrative focus around that game. The truth of it is, particularly when you start getting to the old James Bond movies, and I'm sure the books are even longer, it's just a very wordy series compared to what an interactive experience would be. There's just a lot of talk, a lot of explanation as to how gadgets work, a lot of conversations, a lot of long panning shots of the femme fatales where to eat up some time. I don't know if I can actually win here. The other bit of evidence that I would say we have around Nintendo's future plans seems to be that they're pretty much confirming that whatever the next Nintendo console is, which we've been colloquially referring to as the Switch 2, is not coming out this year before Christmas and New Year, which, you know, that's probably somewhat obvious as it is. Because they would not be introducing bundle lineups where a game is included with the Switches. This is them trying to get the last bit of sales on the Switch before they announce something new. Which that probably does indicate that whatever the next Nintendo console is actually going to replace the Switch completely. So it is a good hint towards it being backward compatible, which is still up in the air as a possible question. But I could almost certainly guarantee that the PlayStation 6 or the next Xbox would be backward compatible to some level. But I'm not 100% sure if there's going to be too much of an improvement from this new Nintendo console. I could see potentially the Joy-Cons not being detachable. I could see... Whoops. Well, I screwed that up. You could see the next console, Nintendo console, just having slightly bigger screen, slightly better screen, maybe the same size, slightly better battery, better processor, better RAM, things like that. Very possibly just moving up the minimal specifications of what games would be developed to as far as console games. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of people who would like to release their games on the Nintendo Switch, but then look at the hardware and say there's just no way our games could be dumbed down that much. Whereas I'm not still sure Nintendo cares about third-party developers at all, so it may very well be that the next Nintendo console is designed exclusively for the benefit of selling new Nintendo games, which could mean that there is some weird gimmick around it that they try to implement and try to do something innovative around. You would almost think it would be VR, but I don't see a way that Nintendo could do any kind of augmented reality or virtual reality feature in the box of a console. So I wouldn't be surprised if NFC and the Choice Light feature is just removed. I wouldn't be surprised if controllers are scaled up to maybe larger hands. It could be that the Switch may have been targeted to a very young audience, and now they want to keep that same audience and target an older age group, or it could be that they want to target an even older, nostalgic Nintendo fandom. Of course, they could also go the other way, and they could target an even younger age group to the point where a new Switch comes out that is the equivalent of a baby's toy, something that is just really hardened so it won't break, so it's waterproof, which waterproofing wouldn't be a terrible thought. It would be somewhat interesting if we see like touchpads and the idea of them stealing ideas from the Steam Deck. Because all of a sudden that would introduce some real competition. Like, the Steam Deck really is more of a competitor, in my opinion, to the Switch than any other console has been, because the price point was so different for the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X or even the Xbox Series S. I think I'm gonna play this correctly this time and just go ahead and destroy this card. And go ahead and attack. Just bring these. It's important to point out, though, that now would be really the worst time to buy a Nintendo Switch, particularly brand new. If you're gonna get a Switch, get a used one. Get a hand-me-down, something cheap Switch. Don't buy a brand new thing. I guess if you wanted just something that maybe wasn't scratched or used up with the Joy-Con drift and all of that, I wouldn't be surprised if the next Nintendo console tries to not have Joy-Cons at all, analog sticks at all, which that would be crazy. But really, would it be that crazy? Let's think this through here for a second. On the face of it, it is fairly insane to think you would make a console without analog sticks. Analog, like 360 degrees of motion, are necessary. But if you instead had touchpads then you don't have the Joy-Con drift issue, particularly if you could get very sensitive touchpads that felt like it was as easy to control. Although it almost feels like there would need to be a nub or something in the middle of a touchpad. Or if you were to put even trackballs in the middle of these really small controllers, just little marbles that were rolling around. Although, if you were to put a trackball on them, it would probably still suffer from things being worn out. But yeah. If you put an 8-way directional D-pad instead of a 4-way D-pad on a controller, would that work for an analog stick? I don't know. I don't know if you really could get away with that. It's an interesting thought, though. Certainly. Of course, the other direction to go there is there are these analog sticks, and you can certainly do the easy thing that Nintendo probably should do, which is just have a Hall effect joysticks that are magnetic and don't suffer from the wear and tear that causes Joy-Con drift. But weirdly, if you have a Hall effect sensor with magnets on the analog stick, you could potentially create some force feedback on the analog stick, which might be interesting. Right now, controllers are literally only force feeding back by vibrating the controller in general. We're not seeing anybody trying to take it to an evolved direction of button presses giving you more resistance as you press them. I could see that being interesting, certainly. Instead of making me tap A whole bunch of times, make me press harder on a button press. That probably isn't going to be great for people with accessibility issues and disability issues. But yeah, I could kind of see that idea happen. How many spells versus characters are in this field? But yeah, button presses, D-pad presses, analog stick movements, right trigger movements, all of those potentially can. I don't have any cards. This will be the last game we played for today. So in a lot of ways, I'm really excited on the potential of where a new console could be without actually being super hyped on what a Nintendo new console will be, because I think I know Nintendo pretty well, but know that it's not really going to be anywhere as exciting as it seems. Okay, banish this. Get rid of the face down card. Didn't get a one-turn kill here, but we may have a decent chance of ending with a vehicle victory. As if I don't get distracted. I believe this is THQ Nordic has delayed the Alone in the Dark reboot into 2024. It was supposed to come out in October. We haven't heard anything about it, so yeah, I assume they're still working on it. Weirdly, we still are in a situation where a lot of games are getting announced and then coming out far too early, for my own personal opinion. Like, it does seem like they're trying a little too hard to have surprise releases or surprise announcements of releases instead of just saying, hey, this game is in development, it'll be out in 2 to 4 years, 4 to 6 years, 6 to 8 years, whatever. This is probably people trying to catch up for lost profits during the pandemic, publishers in particular trying to catch up for lost profits during the pandemic. THQ, owned by Embracer Group, had a major contract fall through. Possibly the contract was with the Saudi Arabian government, and now they are in a mad rush to put out, I think, as much as possible to make money or cut costs. And so, yeah. If anything, it's probably a good thing to see that the Alone in the Dark reboot is getting pushed back instead of cancelled completely, which might be the next bit of news we hear about it. The problem with the Alone in the Dark series is it really, in the minds of people who haven't played it, me in particular, doesn't stand for anything at all. And the previous Alone in the Dark reboot, set in like Central Park in New York, I think also really just has Alone in the Dark as the title, and there's not much else that connects it. Whereas the Resident Evil series in comparison has the Umbrella Corporation and the T-Virus and zombie plagues, and then eventually that narrative expanded through multiple sequels into the Las Plagas and other kinds of evolved bioweapons. And even when you get to like Resident Evil 7, which looks very different and plays fairly different from, say, Resident Evil 4, you're still having that connecting thread of these are these type of zombies that you will see in this series of games, and this is what to expect. There will be bad guys and you will shoot them. Whereas in the Alone in the Dark series, from what I've seen, I'm not 100% sure it is 100% even a shooter. Like, it might be more of an adventure horror game where you may have a couple of bullets, which that would be in line with the original Alone in the Dark games, as you didn't have infinite bullets. But also those types of games are unlikely to succeed in modern times. Really, they just needed to make a horror game, and even at that, they've, with their trailers, not really explained what the horror narrative is. They've shown me some creepy images, but I couldn't really tell you what the synopsis is for Alone in the Dark. Moving on, Valve has banned another 90,000 Dota 2 accounts for, quote, smurfing, which, unless I'm absolutely incorrect here, smurfing is when you have like a fake account that is generally just playing poorly, or it might actually be a person playing, but usually I'd assume it's a automated thing playing poorly, and then trying to join the other teams so that you can succeed against an easy enemy. And on the most simplistic level of it, you could have smurfing in a game like this by just having players or accounts that just play poorly in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, and that just raises the percentage chance of you being paired up to one of these Smurf accounts for an easy victory. Which, yeah, we do see a lot of surrenders and a lot of disconnects. And some of that certainly is because it takes so long to win, and if you just know you're going to lose, it makes sense just to disconnect or surrender. Surrendering is fine, disconnecting is, I think, technically cheating. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an average amount of Smurf accounts in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of Konami in particular doesn't really care about the Smurf accounts because, well, why would it? Valve only cares about maintaining the Dota setup as it does because Dota makes them money, and they want Dota to be treated as a legitimate sport, so cheating becomes a much bigger factor, where a lot of other games cheating doesn't really matter. Starfield is a game that came out this recently, but I'm pretty sure Starfield is single player, so if you wanted to mod Starfield, I don't think Bethesda is going to particularly care that much if you mod it to make the game easier for yourself. Speaking of Bethesda-based mods, MXR was this YouTuber, and I say was, that for a long time there was pushing the limits of what seemed like YouTube would allow, because he was covering mods for Fallout and Skyrim that, for them, almost all of them that he would cover were adult mods, nude mods, sex mods, and he would blur it out in kind of funny ways and put a decent amount of work as far as his censorship. The blur that I use when covering the news is directly inspired in part from MXR, but he also was constantly pushing it, and he got like one strike and then pushed it some more and got another strike and then pushed it some more, and there definitely were updates to the YouTube family friendly policies that they explained fairly well that made it pretty obvious that his content being 100% focused around the adult mods of Skyrim and Fallout was just never going to work for his channel. We have Ali on the chat call saying hello. Hello, Ali. Let's see what we got as far as all the daily quests done. Not enough fusion pendulum summons and link summons, but everything else is there. Alright. So yeah, MXR came back to YouTube on his main channel, I think probably when the last time his second strike went in, because like when you get a second community guideline strike on YouTube, it is a massive long time that you're put in jail, effectively your content creator jail, not able to upload any videos or videos over a certain amount of time. But he came back to his channel and put a kind of clickbaity video up saying YouTube is making me delete all my videos because he wants to maintain, I think he has about 2 million subscribers on MXR, but he wants to be monetized again, and he wants to get into the YouTube Partner Program, which he applied for the YouTube Partner Program, so he was already out outside of the community guideline strikes that he most recently got to apply to the YouTube Partner Program, and then he was immediately rejected. So he's incorrectly, I'm fairly certain about this, making a assumption that if he deleted all of his old videos, or deleted the videos that he thought were the most offensive, which they're all about the same, on the same level. It's not like once a year he did sex mods for Skyrim and Fallout. Every single post he made was in that same theme, covering different mods. So you basically have to delete all of his videos, which inherently wouldn't help him anyways. Almost certainly MXR as a title, him as a person, is red flagged. He's out almost certainly, and he basically did an evasion ban, which is not allowed on YouTube anyways, by making a second channel, MXR Plays, which also got community guideline strikes, to the point where I think he's mostly now just reacting and become a reaction channel to things on Reddit, which I'm sure that doesn't work too well these days either. But yeah, suffice it to say, if YouTube wants something deleted off your channel, they will delete it, or they would private it solely. It might be a small act of good faith to delete something if you feel like one video really is way more offensive than all the other videos, but YouTube is hypersensitive to people trying to have channels that are full of family-friendly, YouTube-friendly content, and then all of a sudden there's a surprise not family-friendly video. They don't like that. They want your entire channel to be consistent, and if it's consistently not within the YouTube family-friendly guidelines, those nebulous guidelines, you're not going to be monetized. And that's really where MXR probably, if it's going to succeed at all, needs to stay, is that it needs to just be a channel that tries to avoid getting strikes and pushes people towards a Patreon service until he can find some other way to upload videos. For the most part, that's what his channel was doing anyways. And then he did the usual YouTube thing on his video, where he's asking if anybody has any connections to talk to YouTube internally, which, even if somebody did work at YouTube, in his case, I don't think they could really tell him much. I can almost certainly say if you deleted all your videos on your channel and had 2 million subscribers, that would be questionable, and it wouldn't get you partnered at all. Like, they would think there's something shady going on there for sure. Almost certainly when you apply to the YouTube Partner Program, they can still see the videos you deleted, so anything you do is not going to change what they see on the back end anyways. He would almost certainly do better to start a whole new channel, and with a whole new content and a whole new concept, and just leave his old videos as historically still there. But yeah, I don't know what you could really do for MXR to make his videos YouTube family friendly if you want to monetize them. I think once you say, I'm dedicating this entire channel to adult mods, you've dedicated to never being monetized. If you put a whole bunch of other content and it was a small percentage, if he was covering all mods on Skyrim and Fallout, that would probably be better. Right now he's probably best if he made a new channel and just focused on Starfield playthrough, and just play Starfield and hope that mods come out around Starfield, and then talk about the Starfield mods on the new channel. Yeah, that's what I would say. Play Starfield now, wait until there's a new till there's mods coming out for Starfield, talk about the mods that are family friendly on Starfield, of which there'll be fewer, and then say if you want to see any of the after dark late night mods for Starfield, you have to go to my Patreon for exclusive content that's too hot for YouTube. Now, why did I spend so much time talking about MXR in this channel? It is an indication of the level of censorship that we as YouTube content creators live under, and we kind of know and don't have any other option there. It's an affront to the general concept of free speech, certainly, but there's no other service that's any better, or not really another service at all. Moving on, the game Stray is becoming an animated movie, which I never heard anybody actually talk about the gameplay mechanics in the game Stray, so I even now have no idea how it actually plays. All I've ever seen is trailers and screenshots of a cat walking down a like cyberpunk type alley with a bunch of robots. If that is pretty much all the story, all the game is, they're calling it Hope Punk as a concept, which is an interesting name. But if it really is just you walk from point A to point B in a walking simulator and you get a story, that would work fairly well as an animated movie. It is probably a step backwards to make something interactive not interactive. That being said, unless there is much more of an interaction game mechanic to Stray, the game wasn't that interactive in the first place. And there definitely is an argument that some game developers may just have good ideas for movies instead of good ideas for video games, and not everything needs to be a video game. Of course, you are also getting into Screen Actors Guild, Writers Guild of America strike, and the mess of potentially making an animated movie around the strike. But then the video game industry is also potentially going to go on strike too, for at least the voice actors, which again may not really affect Stray if it's just a cat. But yeah, I imagine we may see a little bit more of this in the next few years, but not that much more. We definitely have had animated movies based off video games in the past, but none of them tend to be that important, other than the Mario movie, which is not even really based off of a video game as much as it is just based off of references to a bunch of video games and video game characters. Sonic movie is the same thing. It's not really based on any specific Sonic game. It's its own thing. Moving on, a music and art collaboration between Pokemon and Hatsune Miku has started. 18 illustrations and 18 pieces of music will be released. Where can you see them? It's called... It will be posted on the Project Voltage Twitter account. One per day every weekday until September 28th. Okay. Which probably just means little sketches and concept art. Let's see what it looks like right now. Yeah. Little sketches and concept art, which I really would have a hard time knowing. It's probably better to just go ahead and translate this whole page while we're here. Like, it's interesting it translated the name of the profile too. Yep. I would say these characters and this art though really has no specific connection to either Hatsune Miku's official canon or Pokemon official canon. And this art style looks fine, but it isn't really the art style of the most recent Pokemon games. This is probably not a Pokemon character that I would really recognize if it really exists at all. This is much more colorful and wild, high fashion outfits compared to what is the most recent one? Sword and Shield? No. Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, they had all the characters in 3D running around in Scarlet and Violet in very solid shorts or skirts. Even this art style here, though, is much more impressive than the actual delivery here. These are quick sketches that by a different artist, probably. But I guess if you're a huge fan of Pokemon, or if you're a huge fan of Hatsune Miku, this makes sense. How you would listen to the actual music, on the other hand, would probably be harder to figure out following this page. And clearly this page is really only targeted at Japanese people, in that it is all written in Japanese unless you translate it. Which, yeah, that translation plugin I installed is paying off for its usefulness. There is a Video Games Chronicle article here saying Charles Martinet says he doesn't know what his quote Mario ambassador role means yet. Nintendo announced last month that he's no longer voicing the character, which basically mean they made a significant change to his title workload, which is grounds for unemployment if he just wants to claim they fired him, which is kind of what they're doing. It's the Japanese style of firing people, put them in a meaningless role and just keep them around until they get bored and quit, which that's exactly what's going to happen here. Is that it may be 5-10 years from now, but eventually he will just get bored in doing very little and he'll quit or retire. Here's the full quote. I don't know what that is yet. I'm not retired, as it were. I don't know how, but I'm an ambassador. And as we step toward into the future, we'll all learn what exactly that is. So yeah, they gave him no explanation as to what he was going to do. Like, if this was a non-Japanese company and they put somebody in the role of an ambassador, you would have said, we're going to make you an ambassador. We're going to set up a bunch of appearances for you to go throughout the year. So your job is going to be just to maintain your voice so you can sound like Mario, maintain your health, and we're going to send you to different appointments at conventions to sign autographs and things like that. And you're just going to go around and be a Mario ambassador completely. He's probably not even going to be to the level of being an ambassador for any businessman. You wouldn't bring in Charles Martinet, say, into a meeting between Nintendo and, say, Square Enix to potentially convince Square Enix to release Final Fantasy XVI earlier on the Switch or something like that. He is clearly just going to be a salesperson. They may have him going to, say, Nintendo of Japan's, the Japanese Nintendo World, and have events there fairly frequently. They may have him go to other Nintendo Worlds as they break ground and open. But that's about it. You could certainly have him going on the radio every day. Like, you could have an agent get him on the radio doing talk radio every single day, being asked questions, being interviewed. You could give him a stipend to write a novel if he was interested in that, and give him a lot of free time on that too. But yeah, you could have him on daytime talk shows every day. You could keep him very busy if you really cared about him being an ambassador. That's not what the Japanese mean with this, though. I'm almost 100% certain. What they mean is they want him to quit. They were embarrassed, and he didn't fall on the sword and let the Japanese management save face, which is a very Japanese thing, when it became a controversy around him not voicing Mario in the Mario movie. Which, I can't blame Charles Martinet for not knowing this, but what he needed to have done is come out with a statement, or at least offered to make a statement to say, I asked to not voice the role of Mario in the movie, to open the door for future voice actors to play the character. He needed to fall on the sword. He needed to take all the blame. That's literally falling on the sword, is what they mean in business in Japanese. He needed to take all the blame and pretend like it was his decision, even though it wasn't. Remember, Nintendo of Japan has a new president. I bet the old president knew how to deal with non-Japanese employees a little bit better. And this is very standard Japanese way of dealing with employees, particularly old employees. Like, ageism is a thing. Although if you're high enough in the ranks in a Japanese company and old, it's not as big of a problem. But if you're just a low-level employee or voice actor, that becomes a problem. We almost certainly will get to a point where Charles Martinet is going to have to take on the role of angry, disgruntled employee, even if he doesn't actually feel it in his heart, because it's the only thing that is going to justify him in the minds and hearts of his fans. Like, if he just takes it on the chin and lets himself be sidelined, it's going to make him look weak and nobody's going to support him. Which maybe that was in part of the problem with the Vic Mignogna case, after Vic Mignogna really failed to succeed in his lawsuit many years ago, and I think it's still at appeals step. Maybe he dropped it completely. But yeah, Vic Mignogna really failed to fight back fast enough to get more support, but as soon as he did start to fight back against people who were slandering him, effectively, is what he claims, that's when he got a massive amount of support, is when people started to succeed. Unfortunately for Vic Mignogna, it got stuck in appeals and got shot down very early in the process of the lawsuit, earlier than it probably should have been, whereas the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial is the opposite outcome of just about the same type of case. Although it is also kind of worth it to point out that the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial in America was preceded by a Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial in the UK, in which Johnny Depp didn't succeed in that either. But yeah, that's what I imagine Charles Martinet has to do now, is he either needs to fall on his sword and hope that doing it now is still worth something, which it probably isn't worth much, if it's worth anything to the Japanese Nintendo, or he needs to just come back angry. He needs to write his tell-all, retire, and say, I was fired for no good reason, and yeah, and everybody should support him. Particularly, he could go angry and say, hey, I'm fired, I'm going to be a free agent, I'm going to go work for some other company and voice some other character. Yeah, they can't, Nintendo doesn't own his voice. he can do something that's fairly close to Mario's sounding voice, as long as he doesn't say, "It's me, Mario." Even if he said, "Hello, my name is Mario," he's still probably totally within his rights. So he go work for Sony in comparison and make a new character, new Italian guy, the character, and really rub it in to Nintendo for sidelining them. And then Nintendo certainly should, if they just wanted to fire him or force him into retirement, they should have just said we're forcing him into retirement, because this Mario Ambassador nonsense is not meaning anything to anybody. Nobody buys it. You would have had to have announced appearances and a part of his duties and roles. Let's see. Censored Gaming put out a video. Censored Gaming seems like it's finally back to making content, talking about the voice acting censorship and localization censorship of Final Fantasy XVI. In particular, the French version of Final Fantasy XVI seems to have been directly localized from the original scripted version of Final Fantasy XVI, which makes the French version the earliest, I think, surviving translation in the game, because then the original Japanese version of the game was then localized to English, because they're supposed to all be like feudal era English people, not Japanese people, although you look at these eyes and I would say that looks fairly Japanese to me. But yeah, it was translated to English, then it was translated back to Japanese, and so every other language version, as far as the lip flaps, are in the Old English translation localization, but the Japanese version is translated from the Old English version back to Japanese. But then some changes were also made, and maybe it was the second version that the French version was based off of, the second Japanese version, not the first. Regardless, there definitely are some changes here. More cussing in the English version. Japanese really only has a couple of words that are offensive, and otherwise Japanese language is offensive based on who you are and who you are addressing and how you say something. Like, you can say, like, just die, the Japanese equivalent of that, she, and that's pretty much an insult word phrase. And then certainly you can say idiot, baka, and that's an insult word. Or you can say pervert, hentai, and that's an insult word. And there might be the most offensive word in most English language, which is the female anatomy word. There might be a Japanese version of that, but I don't even know that one off the top of my head. And I don't even know if that really is that insulting of a word. But otherwise, for the most part, the Japanese language is about how you say things. If you say it angrily, or if you're talking to someone who is supposed to be above you, like a teacher, you would call him sensei-san with the S-A-N at the end. You wouldn't call him sensei-kun, which would imply that you're in a close personal relationship with him, or just sensei in general might be an insult. Whereas the English language has a lot more variety as far as words that can be used to in curse words, and they used some of that, which adding more curse words is a problem with localization a lot of times. And generally I would say adding curse words is never the right way to go when you're localizing / translating / potentially censoring a game. But then there was also a spot where one of the characters is revealed to have captured and chained up and raped a bunch of women, and the mention of the rape is not mentioned in the English version, where it is clearly used in the Japanese version. So that's actual narrative content that has been censored. Also, it's funny that it's always the big games, and it's always the games that usually go to the PlayStation that are getting censored, though. Like, well, I guess it's not always the big game. We were talking about just a couple days ago how a very small independent game called Lisa was also being censored on the Sony PlayStation release. But yeah, it's usually Sony that's involved in one way or another, and Final Fantasy 16 is a Sony exclusive to start off with as far as consoles go. It's not on PC. They just recently announced that they were going to develop a PC version. Now, on the other hand, it is easy to say, well, maybe a game isn't actually censored if the original version of the game was just like that. But it's going to heavily... A lot of times that would just be a semantics argument as far as what is the original version of this game. Is it the original Japanese script? Or is it the original Old English script? Or is it the secondary translated Old English script? Or does it not matter at all? Is it the script that has the most amount of details and content that you should consider the original form? Which that doesn't work as a standard either, because there's been plenty of games that have been localized and they've added a whole bunch of ridiculous dialogue that was not in the original game. So yeah, it's always important to keep an eye on censorship, because it's not getting better in general in video games, and it probably isn't going to get any better even during the strikes and perhaps a lack of more writing in movies and TV. If all of a sudden we start to see a significant amount of TV and movies and streaming services not having scripted content at all, then that's less opportunity to write, which means every censorship at that point has more of an impact. If you're printing 10 books and one of them is censored, that is way worse than if you're printing 100 books and one of them is censored. And for Final Fantasy 16, that's a mature rated game. It's the first mature rated game in the Final Fantasy series, and for them to still feel the need that it has to be censored is ridiculous. To the point where you can't even mention a rape. They don't show a rape, they mention a rape that happened in the past. And in a mature rated game, saying that word shouldn't be completely forbidden. Moving on, Nintendo and Niantic has released a browser-based Pikmin augmented reality game. Pikmin Finder launched to coincide with the Nintendo Live event in Seattle. What's weird about this, though, is that if it's a browser-based game, that means you would have to give access to your camera to a web page in your browser, which I don't think most people would want to do that or even really know how to do that. You'll get a pop-up saying it's trying to use your camera. It does perhaps highlight that they are going to not bother to make apps, even though a lot of apps are just web pages pretending to be apps anyways. It screams of laziness, And it's not like you get more historical preservation of things because they're website apps. There's so much server-side data on a website these days that you can't just save the file, save the HTML file of the page that's been handed to you and still get all that augmented reality programming to work. Pikmin as an augmented reality game, if you're going to really go big on that, may be an interesting idea. And maybe that is a hint that we might see just the beginnings of a connectability for augmented reality in the next Nintendo console. Like, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if Nintendo has found a way that they can put a camera on their devices without that freaking out parents. I don't know how you really do that per se, but the best way you would say is to have some kind of physical lockable cover over the lens, or a removable camera that plugs in via USB, which, yeah, maybe that's how that's going to be. It wouldn't be terrible, honestly, if there was a microphone, camera, speaker combination device that just snapped to the top of a switch and had a USB-C connector and maybe a couple other points so it snaps in tight, doesn't fly away. That may be fine. Plus, if it did plug in via USB-C, you could rotate the entire thing the other direction, and then the camera would be facing you instead of facing away from that. But inherently, the problem with putting a camera on a video game console for kids is that the kids are going to want to take pictures of themselves, and then they're going to want to share pictures of themselves, and inevitably some percentage of the pictures they're taking of themselves are going to infringe on their own privacy that they don't realize they should be protecting, either in that they'll be undressed or underdressed, or that they'll be just showing pictures of themselves, their face fully clothed, and they're in showing it to people they really shouldn't be showing it to the point where if it was really just a infrared camera that took images of objects with like LiDAR and couldn't actually take a photo, it might be more appealing to parents. But yeah, the idea of it being detachable works fairly well. But then kids could always grab their friend's camera and plug it into their devices. Nintendo, if anybody, could be the people to scan all photos and make sure if they're appropriate or not. And parents may not have a problem with that. Yeah, you would get at least a microphone input for most consoles, and we haven't really seen that for the Switch. Like, no way to sing games or do karaoke or anything. But yeah, if you added a camera in some way to the next Nintendo console, you could then embrace augmented reality and potentially some VR even. As you probably need a different device for the VR. This, though, may also just be them dipping their toe in the water for something they would do 10 years from now. Moving on, the former PlayStation boss views Apple and Amazon as big threats to the game industry. Sean Layden says companies like Google and Netflix are also seeking to disrupt the sector. This arguably is maybe Video Games Chronicle choosing to highlight Apple and Amazon and not highlight Google and Netflix, where it seems like they were all mentioned in the same context. Apple with Apple Arcade, Amazon trying to have some kind of streaming service, but they really don't have it right now. Google had Stadia but abandoned it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Google tries to do some kind of YouTube interactive content and just cram it into YouTube. And then Netflix is trying to have its Netflix gaming aspect. Even if Google wasn't going to have interactive content on YouTube, Google Play as a service is still a place where you get mobile games, unless you're going to the Apple. You have an Apple phone, then it's the Apple Store to get games. Although I just got an email from Google Play saying that Google TV is going away on some device that I have as Google TV, which I don't know what that is, really. I don't even know what the device is they're mentioning. And arguably, it's probably not that important to listen to somebody who is the former PlayStation boss. Like, what is he even doing right now that he can be giving interviews? Inherently, yeah, it's in the quote here. It says, Layden labeled the likes of Google, Netflix, Amazon, and Apple as barbarians at the gate. Which, yeah, it's all in the same breath. Inherently, though, none of these companies are really making new good games. So, nothing they can offer trumps the fact that Nintendo makes good first-party, second-party games. Sony makes a decent first-party, second-party game every now and then, and Microsoft makes a decent first-party, second-party game. These companies have no tent poles to hold the tent up and even give the pretense that they are a game company at all. And sure, they could pay third-party developers to publish on their platforms, but eventually, without your own identity, people aren't going to want to play on that field. Plus, the best one to succeed would be Apple, and Apple doesn't care about games. If Apple had made a few games for their iPhones, people would care a lot more. It's really not the same with Android phones and Google phones, though. If Google made a game and gave it to every single Android phone owner, nobody would really care. And same is kind of true with Amazon Prime members potentially getting a free game, or Netflix giving free games. Netflix already gives free games and nobody cares. And then here's the older story about Minecraft being rated for the Xbox Series X and S in the US. Let's see. So I think that's all the big news I wanted to talk about. Which, yeah. This here should... No, it's not this page that triggers the next banner. I redid the banners a little bit, so they should work a little bit better today. Starfield is available on Steam. We've got the standard small bits of games on sale, PlayStation games in particular on sale. Although Days Gone for $16.49 may still be way too expensive. Although weirdly, when you look at the reviews, people actually are liking Days Gone these days. Much more than people would have thought compared to the response. Let's see, do we have anything else really worth mentioning? This Genesis order, I somehow missed this, and that is why it's an adult game. Whoops. Let's see, clicking on an adult game right here. Alright, the way to do this is to turn on the blur with the key, and then I'm going to go to the right of the screen, and it shouldn't trigger. Yeah, actually, I'm fine. I didn't need to use the shortcut key at all. Yeah, I would have been fine either way. because it actually wouldn't have shown that screen until I moved the cursor all the way to the right of my second monitor. So I had plenty of space. I had 1,000 pixels basically on the width to come over to my second monitor and just close that tab. But that Genesis Order kind of looked like a Clue adult game, and it was rated fairly well. So I did put it on the fall list, and I'll look at it later. Let's start here though with non-adult content. So Video Games Chronicle articles. Because it was Labor Day on Monday, I imagine we aren't going to have too much to talk about. So I changed the banners here. They say the same thing, but I've stretched them out to be a couple pixels taller. So the ticker tape picture, the news crawls at the top are now covered up by them 100% of the way. And I've changed the color to be white. And so, yep, that matches fairly well. Although I can see on the blur, you kind of see a distinct gray line that doesn't seem like it's there. Of course, the problem here is I'm looking at a preview on my third monitor and everything is being scaled down. So it is totally possible that there's a one line pixel, and I would just have to watch the entirety of the video at full resolution to see if there was a one line pixel in between this or not. And that's an easy way to have a visual issue. We already had talked about the Nintendo Switch bundle lineups. September's PlayStation Plus Essential games are now available. You can get Saints Row, Black Desert Traveler Edition, and Generation Zero. I did see a YouTuber, and I don't know this YouTuber, and he's probably a small YouTuber just making up claims that implied that it was Deep Silver, the publisher, that pushed the change in focus and the change in style around the Saints Row reboot, which in a heavy way almost certainly caused the failure of the Saints Row reboot. The exact quote that seems to have been stated by this YouTuber is that Deep Silver wanted the game to be more about friendship, which definitely doesn't sound like a video game, and definitely doesn't sound like a Saints Row video game. You could make a video game around friendship, but it's not going to be an infra-mature gangland warfare shooter game. That being said, I seriously doubt that that's really the case. The publisher Deep Silver and publishers for any games definitely have a general say of what they want in their game, and very possibly somebody came back and said the word friendship in some notes, in the same way that a production company for a movie may give you notes, and that the notes destroyed the movie's artistic intent from the director and the writer. But I heavily question if that's really what happened in this game, because there was a lot of people from Volition, it felt like, not from Deep Silver, that were spouting off things that made it seem like the people at Volition in charge of making Saints Row were 100% behind the, for lack of a better term, Burger King's Kids Club character selection here. That they were pushing a heavy thought of having a Mexican person, a gay guy, a black nerd, and a white hacker looking character, instead of doing something realistic, which you would see in a gang, which is that almost all gangs in the real world are heavily racial based. Yeah, Bloods and Crips, not going to have white people in the gang, more than likely. The Mafia literally requires you to be Italian to be in the Mafia. It has always been on racial lines that gangs have been formed. So even if you were going to say, hey, here's a group of friends that all hung out together in college, and then they all dropped out of college and formed a gang. Like that would be a weird setup, certainly, to start with it. And it fully ignores the fact that the rest of Saints Row is still bad and buggy and a mess. Even if you did put in a mod that said, hey, the Saints Row are supposed to be out of like New Orleans, so it should probably be either a bunch of poor white people or more likely a bunch of poor black people in the gang. Even if you put in mods to just say change the skin color to each of these characters, it doesn't really change that much. Most gangs tend to have a heavy amount of homophobia in it too, so yeah, you probably wouldn't see this guy. The other Saints Row games kind of sidestep all of that and just try to have fun around it, but this didn't come off as fun either. The actual game never felt like anybody was having fun with it, with the characters. It definitely comes more off like people are just trying to get clicks around Saints Row. Even Volition and Deep Silver are just trying to get sales off of Saints Row one last time, when really Saints Row should be forgotten about and never talked about again. And in that spirit, let's move on to the next story. I'm going long today. EA Sports World Rally Championship gets a reveal trailer and a November release date. It is coming out October 31st, I guess. Nope, it is being released November 3rd. You can order it, pre-order it, beginning in October 31st, which is not really. No, I'm misreading this. Early access begins the 31st if you pre-order the game. Otherwise, you have to wait till the 3rd. That makes a lot more sense. Pre-ordering a game for just a few days doesn't make any sense at all. A Company of Heroes collection has been announced for Switch. The first game in the series and its 2 expansions will make their console debut this year, which I definitely feel like this is a game that is late to the party, and it definitely feels like more and more companies are trying to either push out a game to the Switch quickly, or they're abandoning making a game for the Switch in favor of hoping that whatever the next Nintendo console is, it's just a little bit more powerful of a device. I haven't even really heard a lot of people saying it's difficult to program for the Switch. They're just saying that it's not powerful enough. It's probably 10-plus-year-old hardware. Xbox's September update adds the ability to stream games to Discord. It also includes the new voice chat reporting feature, VRR updates, and more variable refresh rates. I still haven't really figured out why you would want to stream to Discord, your own private Discord, unless you're fairly successful. But yeah. It is kind of interesting that the voice reporting chat also falls in line with the 3 strikes, or what was it on Xbox? Xbox's new 8 strikes rule, where it seemed fairly impossible to actually be kicked off and hit 8 strikes. But with Xbox implementing and better explaining their 8 strikes rule for bad behavior, YouTube has also announced, although some of the things they announced they don't really implement fast enough, so it's kind of ridiculous for them to announce things and then it not get implemented for 6 months, 12 months. But they announced that they're going to try and have more feedback if you violate one of YouTube's rules, and have you potentially take a class to learn what your violation is on warnings. I think it's exclusive to warnings though, so we may see a lot of YouTubers getting a lot more warnings. which that potentially could have helped somebody like MXR if he had gotten a warning when he first started his channels going, hey, your channel is way too focused on adult mods. Like, it's the entirety of the video that's the problem. It's not just going to be the one nip slip or the one boob or buttocks that gets talked about or shown. It's the fact that you're talking about the adult mods throughout the entirety of the video. If you were, I suspect if MXR was doing like what I do here and streaming for 3 hours and then talking about adult games just alongside all the other games, they probably would be okay with that, depending on how you do it. But also the way MXR talks is very much to be provocative and entertaining instead of being critical or cold or educational about what he's talking about. Moving on, Star Wars Jedi Survivors update adds a solid 60 frames per second on consoles and deep learning super sampling on PC. Respawn has released the game's 7th patch. Then we talked about the Apple Arcade game. Payday 3 is getting an open beta this week on Xbox and PC ahead of the game's release on September 21st. And then we talked about the 4 more retro games on Switch Online. Again, I don't think any of these games actually are translated to English, although this one's kind of a Tetris game, so it's pretty easy to figure out. And then this one I think is a fighting game, and then this one I think is a JRPG, all in Japanese, so decent chance you can't play that. It's also interesting how you have these wider Famicom boxes versus the taller boxes. Yeah. So there was definitely a shift, you know, at one point in which people started doing their art vertically instead of horizontally, and as far as Japanese Famicom releases. We talked about this, we talked about this, we talked about this. We talked about Stray becoming an animated movie, billed as the first Hope Punk film. Annapurna Animation will be producing the team. So they made their own animation division ahead of giving them this project. It's probably important to mention, though, that if you were to go the other direction and make an animated movie called Stray, I seriously doubt too many people would want an interactive experience based on that same animated movie. Like, regardless of how much interaction and gameplay mechanic you might add to it, it just isn't going to work particularly well. Even when you think about like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in the old days, how did they make that a video game? They make it a point and click adventure, and they change and they have you do the same events with very little changing, but a little changing. But it's been a real long time since we've had movie to video game crossovers, and the vast majority of them kind of don't work. Noticeably, if it did work, the Mario movie would have had a Mario video game come out, and Nintendo would have announced something like that to say based on the Mario movie. The closest thing you get is like Lego games. Like the Lego movie has a Lego movie video game that works fairly well. Lord of the Rings has a Lego Lord of the Rings video game, but that's because they're making everything Lego-fied in the Lego games. I can't think of anything else that would be a direct connection. Some of the Telltale games are spin-offs of like the Game of Thrones Telltale game is a spin-off, and then the new Telltale has a spin-off of The Expanse. But yeah, it probably is going to be proven at some point that if you can't take a video game and turn it into if you can't take an animated movie or even a live action movie and turn it into a video game, you probably can't turn a video game very easily into a live action movie. Even the Witcher 3 Netflix series never really felt like it was anywhere close to the video game, although in all fairness that is actually being based on the books. There's another one I just thought of where it was a similar situation. The Borderlands movie probably is going to fail for the same reason. That's what I was thinking of. We've seen nothing other than the silhouette of some characters for the Borderlands movie, and that's actually coming out fairly soon. But yeah, I heavily suspect the Borderlands movie will not work as a movie. There really wasn't a lot of narrative in the Borderlands series in the first place. So it's, in best case scenario, going to be just a high action shooting movie. Moving on, apparently Starfield players have turned to the high seas and pirated the DLSS Deep Learning Super Sampling mod after the creator put it behind a paywall. Although inherently, if the mod was available for free and then you put it behind a paywall, I don't know if you really would call that pirating at that point, because isn't that just at a certain point downloading the older version? Modder reportedly added DRM to the mod to make sure people were paying for it. This kind of attitude, I would say, the screw you pay me attitude, does not ever work well for modders. Now, at a certain point, I can be somewhat sympathetic to modders and say, hey, you know what? Don't put your mods out for free. It would be different if this modder's mod was leaked and he actually was going to make a pitch to Bethesda and ZeniMax to say, hey, this will add deep learning super sampling to your game. But yeah, when you put content on the internet, you have to generally expect that it's going to get out there for free, and you have to really come from the perspective that that is the way the internet works. The vast majority of people can't afford extra entertainment things like mods, or, hey, in my case, YouTube videos. So regardless of how successful you get or how popular your mod is, you kind of have to from the beginning know that you're going to put it out for free, or from the beginning say you're going to put it out at a price, at least establish and stay consistent, because that will be incredibly helpful. If I, as a YouTube content creator, started to try and pull my YouTube videos, my old YouTube videos, which are for free on YouTube, down and put them behind some kind of paywall, I can't be really that upset when other people might go and upload the old videos to their own channel, or download them somewhere else if they can find a way to download them. Now, inherently, if I started to make Patreon only videos, there is a little bit more of a reason to be upset if all of a sudden I was putting up Patreon only videos and then somebody was uploading them for free to their own channel. Some people definitely have been caught doing that. But even in that case, you kind of know once it's on the internet, it's going to be out there and for free. And at some point in the future, I bet we do get to a point where YouTube starts putting a level of DRM in all YouTube videos, new and old, and make sure that that one person is getting an individualized license to watch that one YouTube video. Which there is definitely people at Google that are trying to put DRM in general on just websites and the internet. And this is definitely one of those stories that's going to go away because Starfield developers, Bethesda themselves, are just going to implement deep learning super sampling into their game. But yeah, we're already at the mod, talking about mods for Starfield. Although right now we're just talking about visual mods instead of anything that adds any content. We already talked about Diablo 4 having annual expansions. Let's see. Game Pass subscribers are snapping up Starfield's early $35 early access offer, which lets you play earlier if you pay an extra $35, but it's like a week earlier. It's ridiculous that people are actually falling for that. Particularly since I said this last stream, and I'll say it now, it doesn't feel like there's any narrative spoilers around Starfield anyways. Like, I imagine if you told me the entirety of what happens in this story, I wouldn't really care and still would want to play Starfield at my own time, on my own pace, leisurely. Like, almost certainly there's 4 factions. At some point, some of those factions are going to go to war with each other. There's artifacts that at some point you're going to find more artifacts, and then you're going to figure out what the artifacts do. It's probably not going to be anything that crazy. I bet in Starfield in particular you're not going to have like Skyrim-esque dragon language shouts that you can do, and most of those shouts didn't really do that much anyways, even in Skyrim. People are trying to really emphasize though that Starfield is not a space strategy game. It is a RPG game that has space as the painting, as the facade of it. So you still are very much just playing something like Fallout, something like Skyrim and the other Elder Scrolls game. It's just set in space. You're not buying ship parts and upgrading your ship to a huge amount, and you're not building giant ship armies to fight other ship armies or anything like that. I'm sure. I'm heavily speculating on those parts, but I think that's probably true. These are all old stories. Animal Crossing fan going around the world to see all the artwork that they licensed in Animal Crossing. Then the Cyberpunk features being split between which are in the paid expansion, which are free. Then Good Old Games has an autumn sale with what looks like a garbage game called Ghostmaster being the third of 4 titles being given away, which, yeah, that doesn't really look like a game most people would even want. Even if this was visually a joke, like if the game played really well and just the visuals were a joke, I don't think I could buy into that. You'd have to tread extremely carefully to make an ugly looking game as a joke and make people really want to play it. We talked about Minecraft, we talked about former PlayStation boss. The game Rydo has raised over 10 times its Kickstarter funding goal, which honestly doesn't mean that much because like the amount you're asking a lot of times in Kickstarters are fairly low. Like they were asking for 137,000 US dollars, and well, that's what they got. No, what they got was 1.5 million, which even 1.5 million may still be a little tight for actual direct funding of a game. Although most Kickstarters are not actual direct fundings of video games anyways. We talked about the augmented reality, we talked about Charles Mountain, that NetEase teasing a Tokyo Game Show reveal. That might also be the reason why Nintendo released 4 lackluster games on their streaming service, is that they may very well just be saving up for a Tokyo Game Show reveal, which is worth probably pointing out that there's a decent chance at the Tokyo Game Show Nintendo does reveal their next new console. Where else would they reveal it if they're going to actually reveal it at an event? It would either be the Tokyo Game Show, or it would be Gamescom, or it would be PAX, or it would be it probably wouldn't be at the Game Awards or the Gamescom opening night live. So either they're going to do a Nintendo Direct to announce their new console, or they show off actual hardware. And again, we have the new Japanese boss in charge of Nintendo, so the way he announces things may be very different. It would be historically commonplace for Nintendo consoles to be announced during events. So maybe we will just see somebody get on stage and pull out some kind of plastic device and show it off for real. It'd be interesting to go back and see how the Switch was actually announced. I kind of feel like they just put out a trailer to a highly polished TV commercial, and that's how it was announced. Moving on, F-Zero GX producer Toshihiro Nagoshi says he's open to working on the series again. This is a very nostalgic game title for me, which is not particularly the person who worked on the first F-Zero game, I suspect, but whatever. If anybody made a new F-Zero game, that would be interesting. But it is, even though the exact quote here is saying, in 2021, Nintendo veteran Takaya Imamura, the artist who designed the characters and vehicles in F-Zero, said he believed the series wasn't dead, but was still hard to bring back. Yeah, so even though the original artist of the original game says it's not dead, I heavily suspect that the F-Zero series is dead. But dead in that case may not be that big of a deal, because look, you've got Captain Falcon here who's somewhat recognizable, but I have no idea who these characters are. So if you want to make a new racing game, which there's always room to make a new kind of racing game, maybe you drop some of the weirder looking characters and just bring in Captain Falcon and maybe a new generation of characters and call it a new F-Zero experience. F-Zero is a racing game, I'm pretty sure. But the reason I think Nintendo is less likely to engage with that is, why make a new racing game and not just throw Mario in it? Like, it's kind of ridiculous to not just make any concepts or ideas part of the next Mario Kart, particularly since Mario Kart at this point can do almost anything and still be called Mario Kart. Flying, hovering, gliding. Moving on, the Yakuza creator Nagoshi says there's a high possibility his next game will use Western actors. Casting is still at the early stage, which, yeah, I imagine the hype that a lot of Japanese people get enthralled with as far as American Western actors is fairly high, so I imagine he will try to hire Western actors, although there's a big difference between a Western video game actor who you've never heard of versus, say, hiring a Hollywood voice actor character, Tom Cruise, for instance. Yeah, big difference there. And if he's making a game that's like his other Yakuza games, whatever voice actor he hires is probably going to have to do a decent amount of voice work, which really lowers the chance of a Tom Cruise type famous Western actor. It does certainly imply that whatever the setting is for his next game is going to be more in the Western world. Moving on, new Xbox Game Pass titles have been, for console, PC, and cloud, have been confirmed. They include Starfield, Gris, Solar Ash, and Lies of P. I think we probably have already covered them. All of these games are leaving Xbox Game Pass, which, yeah. That's the part nobody ever really pays attention to, is that you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4 games here. You're losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games otherwise. So it's getting worse for the Game Pass as an offering, not better. At least this week it is. And then we talked about the Alone in the Dark reboot being delayed. And that brings us to Gamatsu articles, which we'll go through. Again, I just changed it to white on the background. I think that overall works fairly well. Let's see, Gravity Games Arise announced its Tokyo Game Show lineup. If Nintendo was working with a lot of Japanese companies for the Tokyo Game Show lineups to line up with a new console, that might give you some small hint as to what the next console can handle, but probably not by much, because almost all of the games that are going to be announced at the Tokyo Game Show are going to be kind of simplistic, easy games. A lot of them are going to be visual novels, and if the next Nintendo console can't handle what would have been a game that should run on 4-year-old hardware, or visual novels that should run on any hardware these days, then it has no business existing at all. It'd be interesting if the next Nintendo console folded in half, if it went with the folding screen gimmick. Which there is perhaps an argument for that, certainly. Although that really would just make the whole thing twice as thick, so folding it in half at that point probably just is to protect the screen, and then having a folding screen would actually damage the screen. So yeah, I don't think we would see something like a Nintendo DS, but it's all one screen that folds in half, or that we'd see dual screen concepts ever reintroduced as a gimmick. They'd probably want to do a new gimmick. I could see it having a cloth cover that comes with it, something that would fold over the front of it and protect the screen, and then fold back for a kickstand. Those are easy enough to make. Plus, if you introduced a kickstand on it, then you could try to introduce maybe streaming services and TV services, and more use as a media player, a streaming player, instead of it just being 100% video games. Anyways, moving on, Sega and Atlas have announced their Tokyo Game Show lineup. It's kind of announcements for announcements though, so I'm just going to skip through all these. A side-scrolling action platformer called Morkill Ragast's Rage has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Which, let's see what that looks like on Steam. With the white background on the banner at the top, it stands out a little bit, certainly, in that when you click on a Steam link, but it's not that bad. I'll make a YouTube short around that. Let's see, a game called Tree Ping 2 for the PS5 and Xbox Series launches October 2nd. It was launched on Steam July 21st. Just one actually made it to my wish list, just based on the reviews. So we don't need to make a new YouTube short on that. King of Fighters 15 DLC character Duel launches September 12th. Kind of forgotten that King of Fighters even had come out. The Final Fantasy Pixel Remastered series sells as top 3 million, which is not anywhere as good as you would think, because that is selling 2 bundles, I believe, on consoles, with 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, 5, and 6 in their own separate bundles. And then on Steam, with those releases coming much later, each game individually. And the Pixel remastering is not particularly that popular or that well done. And it does kind of paint just the weirdness of having such a long-running series, even though Final Fantasy really is just an anthology series where most of the characters don't have any connected narrative between the different characters from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3, all mostly separate. And if you can see that Final Fantasy 6 is pixely, that highlights how big of a difference even the original Final Fantasy 7 was when it went 3D polygonal. And now the remake of Final Fantasy 7 is effectively the start of the second generation of Final Fantasy. Although we're up to Final Fantasy 16 now, and so most of that second generation of Final Fantasy is somewhat forgettable, particularly when you consider all the spin-offs. Let's see. A game called Rail Romanesque Origin has been announced for PS4 and Switch. It's due out December 21st in Japan. Here you have a moe anime girl in driving a train. She's got an armband. Maybe it's a little bit Nazi-ish. It's a visual novel, though. Oh, I muted Firefox, so I can't hear this. Actually, I have never checked to see if the muting and the setup I had worked anyways. There's a lot of smirking going on there, so it feels like there might be some weird romance going on between this very young looking moe girl and much older looking guy. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for censorship happening there. It feels like this might be a mythical train station of sorts, and that it's not happening in reality. I could see if you were like in the afterlife and you could control your appearance, you might want to make yourself look younger. But Westerners almost certainly would not think of making themselves super young and happy and carefree at like a elementary school level of development. Whereas Japanese people absolutely would, because life only gets incredibly difficult as they get into middle school and high school, and there's just a huge amount of stress put on them and pressure, and it's none of that pressure is taken off for Japanese students until they get accepted to a good college. And even if they get accepted to a good college, it's only a small period of respite before they then end up working at a job and probably becoming a salaryman. equivalent in working the rest of their lives until they work themselves to death. So yeah, I definitely have heard Japanese people saying their best part of their lives is pathetically when they are in elementary school, and so that would be the way they would want to depict their characters, depict themselves, or think of themselves. Seems like in this case they're robots too, so that goes in a different direction too. But it really doesn't change that much. That if you were a Japanese person, you were building the robot, and you wanted it to be non-threatening, you would make it a moe character. Frankly, I'm more concerned about the armband and there being Nazi imagery just by the black and red themes than I am with the moe stuff. But this is potentially going to be censored either on the PS4, or this might just be another example of a game that they're not trying to get on the PS5, or they weren't allowed to put on the PS5, because it seems like there's oddly a little bit more stringent censorship happening on the PS5 than there is the PS4, even though it's the same PlayStation. Moving on, NetEase Games to announce new title for console and PC. We kind of talked about this blurry teaser image. Dreamhouse developer Dreamhouse Days DX, Dungeon Village, Game Dev Story, Hot Spring Story, and Station Manager are all coming to the Xbox Series and Xbox One on September 15th. I've seen all of these games on Steam before, or games very similar to this, and I think I've pretty much determined to dismiss them all. They all got released a little too close to each other on Steam, so it felt like they were flooding Steam, and they all look way too similar. Now, arguably, if these were mobile games, maybe I would have given them a little bit more of a chance. Although weirdly, it is really just like the same visuals and probably the same gameplay mechanics being split between 5 games, which I don't know how you integrate running a train station with running a hot spring with running a game development company versus fighting a dragon village or building a dream house, but they should have tried, or they should have released at least one game every year instead of having 5 released so close together. Moving on, a game called Retro Game Challenge 1+2 Replay has been announced for Switch, which, what in the world is that? Let's see. Okay, it looks like it's a collection of older retro games, or clones of older retro games, but I'm not sure you're really playing all of the games or not. These might be really micro games where you're only playing for a second or two and then you switch over to something else. Definitely doesn't feel like this collection though is going to easily translate to the West. Seems like it's 20 mini games, and so if it's only 20, I suspect you're actually going to play all of them all the way through. The series known as Game Center CX Arena no Chosenjo in Japan. Yeah. It's funny they're giving it a different name, or Komatsu is translating it to English. But yeah, definitely feels like it's probably going to be Japanese only. Moving on, Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince details its new battle system and monster recruitment system. If you want to check that out on Komatsu, let's try and move faster. Alone in the Dark has been delayed to January 16th, 2024. I really have to applaud Komatsu for bothering to put the date in the headline instead of trying to hide it down lower. I'd also say Komatsu does a much better job of linking to Steam, so you can then click on more of these screenshots, which might help you a little bit understand what you're actually doing here. Although these screenshots are not very informative at all as far as what you're doing. Every time I click on this video, the audio clips out. I gotta figure out why it's doing that. That doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be happening at all. Because the audio is muted on Firefox, so the audio wouldn't be playing anything. Maybe I've got the priority too high. Well, wait a minute. The audio would be clipping out part of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm very confused about that. So you still really have no idea what Alone in the Dark is supposed to be. A love letter to the 90s cult classic horror game, a reimagination of Alone in the Dark, return to the Dorcito Manor. Another question certainly would be, there's a prologue here you could play. Maybe I need to, at some point, actually start to think about playing prologues. But I think the other Alone in the Darks may actually be available for purchase. Let's see what would be the easiest way to do this. Alone in the Dark, Wikipedia, Rotten Tomatoes, IMDb, too many things called Alone in the Dark. So, we went to Alone in the Dark Wikipedia listing. Let's see if there's a video game here. It's labeled as a single-player survival horror game. Do we have a link to it though? Let's see. Reboot of the original was made by THQ Nordic in 2022. As announced. There's one in 2008. That's the one in New York. That really has nothing to do with anything. So, yeah. And external links. Alone in the Dark can be played for free in the browser in the Internet Archive. And it's at Moby Games, so maybe there's a link on Moby Games, but probably not. Yeah, I actually haven't looked at Moby Games. Moby Games may also be something like the Internet Games database. Right, yeah. Apparently you can get it on Steam from Macintosh. Yeah, that was the long way around, certainly, to find the original Alone in the Dark. Which the new Alone in the Dark probably is trying to be a reimagining of this concept. I definitely remember playing this game for about 5 minutes and then dying and never being able to really get out of the house for the first couple of scenes. But clearly more people put more time on it. I think a friend of mine had it. I don't think I really owned it. Really doesn't make a lot of sense to buy it at $14.99 though. And this is all 4 games as an anthology. But at one point it was $1.49, which makes a much better argument. Particularly, seems like you have to buy the old version, the 2008 remake, to own the old versions. It's the screenshots for Alone in the Dark 2 are seemingly the exact same screenshots. Yeah. It's like they put the characters in as similar locations as possible. Yeah, this exact same screenshots as Alone in the Dark 1. That's crazy. And yeah, it's worth, I guess, showing the poor reception of Alone in the Dark 2008. Now, if I was going to play the new Alone in the Dark, I'd probably want to make like a quick look on the other older games and possibly even try to play all the way through this Alone in the Dark. But that would be a big commitment, certainly, also. That definitely would be a big commitment. Just time and effort wise. And first things first, though, is leave this on the fall list and wait until it has enough reviews to justify playing this new reimagining of the original game. Because if this turns out to be a dud, then the whole series is probably a dud and it's not worth playing any of it at all. Particularly since the original Alone in the Dark is just going to play very poorly. It is probably a good example, though, also of Alone in the Dark was definitely doing a PlayStation 1 level of low polygon 3D, whereas had it instead just had very nice 2D animation, it would have aged much better. And instead of looking as terrible as it did, it looked terrible even when it first came out. There's just no getting around it. That first generation of 3D never worked. Mario 64 perhaps cheats it a little bit by having more round Nintendo-y characters, but anytime you try to have anything that looks human, it doesn't look human. Moving on, Little Gator Game is coming to the PS4 and PS5 and the Xbox One and Series on September 26. It is released already on Steam, and it's overwhelmingly positive. So let me just scroll down here and make sure it's a single player game, and it is. Put that on the wish list. Doesn't need to stay on the fall list if it's overwhelmingly positive with thousands of reviews. Company of Heroes collection being announced for the Switch, we talked about. World Rally Championship announced for the PS5 and Xbox Series. Could double check to see if this has been added to the follow list. It hasn't, so I'll make a YouTube short on it, but that's all I really care to do with it. What did I miss over here? Missed that one. Alright. Let's see. A game called Detained Too Good for School for PC launches in 2024. A console version, not yet dated. This looks like this is probably a beat 'em up game, if I was to guess. Trying to be in line with something like River City Girls, or effectively just ripping off River City Girls and doing a slightly different, I would say, art style, but also a slightly different amount of zoom. It feels a little too zoomed in for a beat 'em up game, and you can see that there's just a lot going on visually here. Like, how many people are actually here? It looks like that's a person, that's a person, that's a person, that's a person, and then that's a person, all layered on top of each other. And then there's a girl here, a guy here, and then a whole bunch of coins. It's just a lot for that screen. I also have a slight concern as far as what OT Games OTK, one turn kill, is what I assume that stands for, as released before. Well, they made The Vagrant most recently, and that was not really a game that I really loved. Felt like a game that was overhyped for what it really was. Perhaps a little bit too difficult of a game, and a game that had a lot of systems that were unnecessary. But, you know, it is rated very positive, so maybe I was just expecting something different. It's weird you have this Vagrant art book, and the art in The Vagrant really was the thing that the game was selling itself for. It shows you this lady in a bikini top and emphasizes that so much with large busts, and the actual game really doesn't show that and really doesn't have that feeling to it. It's not thematically let's see, content or language preferences. Some results may be excluded. I'm not going to go through all of that. Alright. Well, I guess all I can do is say, yeah, it looks like a River City Girls clone. I definitely would play River City Girls first before playing this. If you've done everything there is to do in River City Girls and you've, for one reason or other, decided you don't want to play the other River City games, of which there's a lot, maybe this would be a slight spin on it. But maybe it also would just be a low effort clone. Looks like the characters, at least in this cutscene, are running fairly quickly. Looks like they actually do end up in jail. It's a beat 'em up game. Combos. The amount of enemies, interesting, some mini games in it too. The amount of enemies and the amount of locations may drastically change your experience in a beat 'em up game also, or just the amount of characters you can actually play as. Alright, moving on. We talked about Stray being adapted to an animation. Solar Ash is coming to the Xbox One and Series and the Switch on September 14th. It's currently already available for the PS4, PS5, and PC. Epic Game Store and Steam launches. Which is funny because I recognize the game Solar Ash, but it's not on the follow list or wish list. Which, yeah, tells me it hasn't had a YouTube short made on it. Even though it came out December 8th. Well, wait a minute. December 8th, 2022 would have been before I started making YouTube shorts, so that makes sense. Should I make a YouTube short on something that's that old then? Not really. So I'm gonna have to just put this on the wish list because it has positive reviews, and then not make a YouTube short on it because I really don't have room. That is still a major problem, is that I'm making far too many shorts, and there's just a level of curation I'm gonna have to adopt even if I don't want to curate in the first place. I'd like to show all the new games, but it just isn't going to work. There's too many games coming out, particularly in this late part of the year. We may have the exact opposite problem in January when all of a sudden very few games come out worth mentioning. We have already been all over these new streaming games. Kodansha Game Creators Labs has announced its Tokyo Game Show lineup. I wonder if Kodansha here is the same Kodansha I'm thinking of that was an anime studio. Wouldn't be surprised if it is. Japanese companies tend to work in multiple industries. Let's see, Persona 5 Tacticia Harume Okumura trailer is available if you want to change it. If you want to check it out, That's what I meant to say. The fact that Asian countries often let companies work in multiple different industries tends to allow companies to become not particularly monopolies in one industries, but horizontal monopolies in general around the capital and the GDP of your country. Samsung is a great example of that in Korea, in which I've heard numbers as high as 80% of all people have jobs where they are either directly employed by Samsung or they could be greatly affected / fired if Samsung took an action one way or the other. And that's just because Samsung is making everything. They're running the convenience stores, they're making the refrigerators, they're making the cell phones in Korea. It's incredibly difficult in the United States to get an antitrust prosecution through these days, but it would be even more difficult, certainly, if the United States had more companies that tried to make horizontal monopolies owning 30% of multiple different industries. Although you do see that with phone companies trying to sell TV and internet and similar types of service where it makes sense. Or grocery stores selling gasoline. That's a little weird too. Moving on, Famitsu review scores for issue 1814 are available. Let's see, The Bridge Curse Road to Salvation was 27 out of 40. The Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood for the Switch is 34 out of 40. Daymare 1994 Sandcastle is 29 out of 40. That's funny. I saw some gameplay of this game and I thought it kind of looked interesting, but that is a fairly low review score. Immortals of Avium got 32 out of 40, so they're actually very hyped on that. And then Super Bomberman R2 got a 32 out of 40, which is noticeably actually being released on the Xbox One and Xbox Series, which, yeah. Of course, Super Bomberman R2 doesn't really look like a Super Bomberman game to me with this screenshot. I have no idea what the Bridge Curse is. So I'm not really 100% sure on what Immortals of Avium is. And the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, I suspect, is a visual novel. A game called Dune Spice Wars launches September 14th. And new factions embark on Arrakis. This is on Steam, which, yeah, it's early access right now, and in the last 30 days it's at 61%. Overall, it's been at 81%. Definitely looks like a strategy game, which kind of makes sense for the Dune series, but may not really be the Dune people actually want to ingest. I would heavily suspect that there are two very separate factions, which is probably the right phrase to use, of Dune fans. There are people who have read the books and love the books and want movies and games to be 100% accurate and in line with the books. And then there are people who've barely touched upon Dune and seen possibly the most recent movie and liked it and just want to enjoy it like a Marvel movie, and want games that are very much like other video games, just loosely based on Dune, to the point where me being probably much more into that second group of just want to enjoy a game based on Dune, if I was in charge of keep clicking on this arrow when the arrow to click on is actually here, I would probably just make a action-paced sand game where you're fighting a bunch of sandworms. That's probably how I would what I would do with Dune, and I barely touch upon the ideas of the novels. There'd be spices and there'd be different Game of Thrones-esque fights happening, but I would probably not follow the books very closely at all, which would almost certainly mean I shouldn't be the person in charge of making a Dune game. Alright, well, that brings us to GameDeveloper.com articles, of which there won't be that many, although we are going fairly late today. This is kind of old stories. SAG-AFTRA video game actors could strike over AI concerns and wage demands. Former PlayStation boss says Amazon and Netflix pose a huge threat to the industry. Again, in this case, this is not Video Games Chronicle doing some yellow journalism and picking and choosing who they want in the headlines, but it's GameDeveloper.com picking and choosing. This time they've picked Amazon and Netflix, and then in the same breath, in the sub-headline, they've left out Google and Apple, which, yeah. The proper way to do this headline is to mention all of them in the quote, or just mention the full quote as the headline. Yep. Both Video Games Chronicle and GameDeveloper.com have been shown to do these kinds of rewriting of headlines to change the focus, a little bit of yellow journalism. Apparently, Humble Games may restrict AI usage in future publishing contracts. It will probably be part of a contractual process where developers have to state that they are not using AI to pull data. Which, yeah. At a certain level, that may just be, in our contracts, we're going to force people to lie to us so we can sue them later, which is probably about half of what's written into contracts anyways. Most of the time is that people are going to just sign the contract and not really read it, and very possibly lie to the other party. But I can definitely see why publishers don't want to be the first one to get into a long, lengthy, expensive legal battle where they find out something they funded has been developed by AI and is therefore not copyrightable, or therefore worse, infringing on someone else's copyright to the point where the games might have to be destroyed and all of the profits from the games have to be transferred over to the owner of the copyright, which that is exactly what a judge would order and happen, is that if you use someone's copyrighted material and are found to be infringing, it's all the profits on that game. It's not a percentage. Even if you just use like a 1% of the game is the infringing material, you're not giving 1% of the profits, you're giving all the profits over. It's incredibly one-sided. And the last time we really had a court case go to court was with No More Human. No, not No More Human. That's not a game. I'm confusing No More Heroes and the game Too Human. Too Human was the last time that we had a major copyright infringement case go down that I can recall of, and that was many years ago, and that made it so that all copies of Too Human were illegal, and the I imagine a massive amount of money, if not all the profits for Too Human, which may have not been that much, had to be paid. And in that case, it was a really more of a contractual dispute than just a copyright infringement, so it's probably a bad example for copyright. I'm not sure there's ever actually been a good example in video games of copyright infringement going to full court case. In the case of Too Human, the game was developed on the Unreal Engine, and Epic Games, owners of the Unreal Engine, even back then I believe it was Epic Games, said that they didn't pay the proper licenses to make a game using the Unreal Engine. Yeah, honestly, I'd like to go back and spend some time to research that whole court case. Nobody's ever done a retrospective on it. Probably fairly complicated. Moving on, Sumo Group has acquired the UK mobile studio Madoki to bolster its live service credentials, which I don't recognize either one of those companies, although there is a company called Sumo Digital, which I don't believe is the same company, or maybe it is. And then we've already covered Stray becoming an animated movie, and then Final Fantasy Pixel Remastered topping 3 million copies in 2 years, Valve banning 90,000 Dota 2 accounts. Steam will let developers highlight PlayStation controller support on their store pages. All developers have to do is answer some questions to highlight their game, that their game can be played on a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 controller. Which I would have thought you could have done that already. I guess right now it says full controller support. So maybe they're expanding that to say what controllers. They're pointing out here over 87 million Steam users have used the controller at least once since 2017, with 69% of that usage being for Xbox. Let's see, 27% compared to 11% in 2018 have been playing with the PlayStation controllers. Yeah, which that does imply that you're seeing more and more PlayStation players move over to PC gaming. Through the questionnaire, developers will be able to identify the range of controller support for their games through specific criteria. It'll eventually be possible to show the range of support for a specific controller, such as full or partial functionality for Xbox or PlayStation. In the case of DualShock and DualSense, Valve noted that support for both isn't automatically assumed and pointed out both are different from one another. If you haven't done specific work to support them, then you almost certainly do not have support for those controllers, it wrote. For developers who never supported PlayStation controllers for the games, Valve released an overview of input support, which could be read here, which might be an interesting read, but we probably don't have time for it. You know, like, inherently, let's see, this is a long support document. The Bluetooth aspect of the DualSense and DualShock and the different layouts and the different button prompts are all things that Valve is going to want to see work better before they say a game is fully controller compatible for a PlayStation. Notably, this is also happening after PlayStation games have been increasingly released on PC and on Steam. So this may very well be a little bit of tit for tat on that aspect. Okay, so that brings us to the fall list cleanup, where you may see some mature content and the auto blur is enabled. I kept the background on this one to be darker blue because you're for the most part staying on Steam in this case. Although the darker blue only matches once you scroll down to about this point. Once you're past that top part, it would be better probably to try and sample a lighter shade of blue for this section. So this is a visual novel dating sim game, Kami Yabai, Destiny of Dicey Deadline, with I'd say these probably are still slightly in the kawaii anime style, not quite the moe art style, but getting close as far as these characters are depicted. For a visual novel to be 92% positive, that's pretty high, so I'll go ahead and put that on the wish list. Although it is extremely questionable how many visual novels I'd actually want to play. Certainly becomes hard to justify overall. And then Kamiwaza, Way of the Thief, is the next game on the fall list, which I'd like to say yes to it. It's 90% positive and it has 30 reviews. This is something where I guess I'd just have to make an executive decision and say, okay, if this game went on sale and was very cheap, which it may very well never go on sale, I might say yes to it as a weird side Japanese game. We don't really get a lot of weird side Japanese games these days. It's a little surprising that even in 2022 somebody would try to make a game like this. There is a genre of games called, I think, shizo games, which literally translates to poop games, or well, literally shit games, and games like Onichambara or in that category where they're not putting a lot of visual polish on it. This might be in that same vein. Let's see, next we have something from 2020 called Camille the Fall, which looks like it's some kind of VR game. While it is mostly positive, I'm probably never going to get a VR headset, and it's not relevant in any way, so I'm going to take that off the fall list. Next we have Kamikaze Veggies, a game that is just barely over 31 reviews a year later. At a certain point, that may not be enough reviews. Stealth adventure game with absurd driven story in third person. I think I'd lean on saying no for this game. It looks a little too weird. So yeah, I'm gonna take it off. My only other real choice would have been to just leave it on the fall list and think about it later, which I really can't do that for too many games. Most of these K letter games are Japanese games. Kamigawa, a visual novel, is mixed reviewed, so we can remove that from the fall list. Kamigami Clash of the Gods from July of 2024 has only 6 reviews, so I think we have to say that's irrelevant. You can see what I was thinking here is that maybe if it was a popular enough card game, the anime characters might be visually interesting. But yeah, no such luck. And it's an online PvP game in part, and you can see the all-time peak of this game has only been 7 people since July 24th, 2022. Just a pathetically small number. You really need a lot of advertisement to make a card game, or a very big name behind it like Ben Brode. Like, there's only really enough room for 4 or 5 digital card games, and physical card games there's more, but not a ton more that become really popular. The vast majority of physical card games also fail. Let's see. This is a single player card game for $10.99. Well, it's half card game and half visual novel, they're saying. Interesting. It actually does look like it. That's what it is. So I guess that's an interesting twist. Although in all fairness, Shadowverse here has a massive section of visual novel. And it is a fairly popular card game in Japan, at least. That isn't even in the top tier. So yeah, no player versus player here. If we were to click on Shadowverse, in the last 30 days reviews are not so good, and its all-time peak was 24,000, and its peak today was only 2,700. Shadowverse went a little long and grindy, and by the time I was done playing it, didn't really hate it as a card game. I really did hate, though, the visual novel aspect on it. 3,000 plus hours on it. And then the content in this version of Shadowverse is censored, and then they even go further. Let's see if Cygames ever came out with the other Shadowverse game that they were trying to release on console. Nope, it's not on Steam yet. But they went even further and tried to reboot Shadowverse, as a completely different kid-friendly cartoony game with the same cards, which didn't really make the most amount of sense. Like, most of the cards are pretty kid-friendly around Shadowverse, but some of the cards definitely have some cleavage and aspects like that. The other problem with Shadowverse is it is kind of just all over the place. I did like that they were very focused on the art of the card. Noticeably here you have just the cost, the attack, and the defense being shown. No real description of abilities. I don't think the cards ever did have abilities, which maybe in part made it fairly boring to play. Anyways, moving on. Next game we have on the fall list is called Calvania, which is May 2023. Looks like it's a platformer. It doesn't look visually polished quite enough. This looks like a game that I may very well just put on the fall list because I made a YouTube short on it, so increasingly that is a good excuse as to why I might just immediately dismiss the game. This blending color puzzle is not relevant enough, and frankly I don't think I need simplistic one color, solid color background puzzle games. There's plenty of other puzzle games already in my collection on Steam. Then we have a game called Kaiso, I think. Single player puzzle game about opening a Chinese puzzle box. It's free, but it's VR. From 2019. I guess I'll leave that on the fall list. And then we have Kaiju Clash, which is a new game, so it needs more time. But, well, no, it's a year old, isn't it? I was thinking of a different game, wasn't I? Yeah, it has 3 reviews, so obviously it's gotta go. And that brings us to all the new games on Steam, and we'll try and power through these fairly quickly. The vast majority of these will be garbage games like Magnet 3D Mania, although even on that aspect, I'm not 100% sure if I can dismiss this. I actually can't. I'm going to put that on the fall list. This first screenshot really was leading me to think, wait a minute, think it was just a garbage game, but good thing I looked at the other screenshots. Adventures of Ted and the Lost Magic Crystal. Looks like it's too simplistic of a puzzle game. Looks like it might be a mobile game being ported also. Let's see. Val Luna Corp. Looks like a garbage game. Abyss Build to Destroy. Some kind of environmental destruction game. It's already on the wish list. came out of early access, I guess. It's some interesting building designs, and it's using low polygon voxel based visuals in probably one of the best ways you could use that visual style. But it's already on the wish list, so I can't really do anything more. I'm not going to make another YouTube short on it. Let's see. On one hand, I could see myself completely dismissing Shall Nor Legends 2 Trials of Thunder. On the other hand, I could say this kind of looks like a Zelda game, an old school Zelda game. So, the question to ask here, Hogwarts Legacy still $41.99 right now, is what was the first game here? Yeah. From this developer, Shall Nor Legends of Sacred Lands is mixed reviewed, and his other game, Shall Nor Inversaria, which looks like it might be a bundle, is mixed reviewed. So yeah, if the first game's bad and mixed reviewed, there's no reason to play the second game. Next we have a game called Egg Drop, which looks like it isn't much of anything. Next we have Snake Farm, which looks terrible. Most of these games getting just the judging of a book by its cover. Now there was a game called Half Dead, a couple of games called Half Dead, so this one called Half Alive might have felt like a spin-off of that, but it doesn't really look like a spin-off of that, and otherwise it just looks like it is a low polygon shooter asset flip garbage game. Although weirdly, the gun and the arms look a little bit more polygonal than a lot of the characters further back. It's like they're trying to smooth the low polygon out to make a slightly different style. They're comparing this to Left 4 Dead 2, which, yeah. Anything that's selling itself as low polygon, well, is not something that I'm likely going to be interested in. Let's see, 4D XD. Looks like it's just a top-down shooter. No interest. Next we have something called Atral, A-A-T-R-A-L. I almost thought it said Astral. Seems like it might be based off of a Indian king from India, but the actual game doesn't look that interesting, and that really sucks. Work of fiction. Yeah, and looking at this trailer, all of a sudden this clearly is just asset flip garbage. I am noticing as I'm jumping around on this video, the audio is clipping out, like, kind of regardless of whether the video's been loaded into the cache or not. So it doesn't have anything to do with it taking a second to download things, from the looks of it. Yeah, unfortunately Atral here doesn't look polished enough, so it's gotta be a no. Next we have $20.99 Gravity Havoc, which has an anime 3D girl, which almost certainly means it is nothing also. I don't think I even really need to look at the video here. I think I can just look at the screenshots and say, yep, this is not going to be anything. Next we have a game called Sorrow Asylum 2, which, yeah, I think we can pretty well assume that this is a nothing horror game. Although we could see if we can find Sorrow Asylum 1 here. Yeah, if I was hovering over this, I should be able to see reviews if there was any reviews over them. I'll just click on it and see what happens. Yeah. Sorrow Asylum 1 was released July 31st, 2023, and we're already on to a sequel, even though it only has 6 user reviews. So next game we have is called Mirror's Escape. City sim of some sort. Which, you know, maybe the visuals here are a little bit updated compared to a really old SimCity type game, but that's probably about the only nice thing I can say here. The screenshots are way too similar and you're not really explaining to me how you play the game with the screenshots. Next we have a visual novel of sorts. It looks more like it really is just a text game with some backgrounds, probably backgrounds that weren't even made specifically for this game if I was to guess. Called The Castle. That's easy enough to dismiss. While I may say yes to a visual novel, I'm not going to say yes to a text-based game. Here we have a low polygon game called Voyager 2, which if you're going to make a space game, I don't see why you would specifically make it feel like you were just focusing on Voyager 2, and inherently you're ignoring the fact that there was a Voyager 1 also. Yep. Voyager 2 was launched later than Voyager 1, but had a different flight trajectory and surpassed Voyager 1. We may have lost contact with Voyager 1 just because it got too far away, ran out of batteries from its solar cells. I'd have to double check if that's what happened. Gladiator's Tale doesn't look like anything. I don't know why I'm even spending that much time looking at. Chance of Sonar is already on my follow list, but it is getting better reviews now that it has come out or come out of early access, and that's what I always want to see for a game that's on the follow list, is that it starts to get more reviews. And 100% positive with 16 reviews. Give it some more time though. And next we have a game called The Hallway Escape Room, which, yep, looks like an escape room and nothing else. And honestly, it's probably a little bit lazy even for a escape the room horror game, in that it's emphasizing a hallway, which is easy to animate. Let's see, next we have Girl Genius Adventures in Castle Heterodyne. Which, okay, we'll see what that is. Although it wouldn't be the first game that potentially takes just an asset flip lady and highlights that it's supposed to be like pro-feminism when really it's just showing off busts and boobs and not giving any real personality or characters to the lady. Not that video game characters need to really have personality, most don't. And here's another example of this. Might very well be drawn, not, I don't want to use the phrase male gaze because there are lesbians, and certainly, but from a lewd gaze, like the hip and the pose here with the knees up, standing on the tiptoes, the large busts. It doesn't scream that I 100% believe this is as pro-feminist or pro-female as it might actually be, but we'll see. There is definitely a lament I have to use a big word, in that as somebody who worked in the IT industry back in the day, there and grew up taking computer classes too, there really was a lot of people who pushed women outside of IT, not to work in IT. A lot of just hostility and sexism in IT in the work environments, and a lot of hostility and sexism as far as just educating girls of my generation to be in IT, which inherently creates a big lament in me, in that, boy, would I like to talk to more girls who know anything about computers. I'm sadly know way more ladies, let's use the proper term for a second, that actually know something about computers, versus I'd love to talk to more people that know something about computers or programming, or just are even technology up to the level of understanding how their own cell phones work and how their own computers work. The good news is, with the idea of STEM and promotion, there's less of that, but there still is a lot of it too. Like, if you've got a 50-60-year-old teacher teaching programming, he may still very well be as sexist as he was 20-30 years ago, and still emphasizing that girls shouldn't be taking programming classes, or girls can't figure it out. The books and the way things are taught are probably written and thought of as being things exclusively for men in a lot of cases. So there's still a lot of progress to happen. But I guess that is really just a sad side rant. Like, I so rarely know people of any gender that know anything about computers. It's always sad. And if you try to, say, follow a programming group on like Facebook or Reddit or something like that, you inevitably run into either very vocal jerks or people asking for help because they don't know anything about programming, and there's no like club for people who actually do know programming that just want to discuss their profession, their hobby together. Alright, I'm going in circles here with this Forest Adventurer. It doesn't look like much, but you know what? I'm gonna give it make a YouTube short on it, give it a chance. Yeah, there really isn't enough room on YouTube Shorts to try and squeeze more into the vertical videos. There is definitely room to perhaps visually reformat it, but yeah, I don't know of a way that comes up off the top of my head to make my YouTube Shorts either show more games, more than one game per short, or potentially show more from each game. Although I don't know what else more I would want to show. No, at a certain level I probably could try to show all of the about the game section. It would be difficult to program, to get back to programming, but I could grab all this text with my macro from UI Vision and make it a scrolling text at the bottom. Or I could even potentially try and grab screenshots and scroll down the screenshots, although scrolling down the screenshots in a vertical way would have to be the way to do it, and I'd probably just get a sliver of this image and a sliver of that. I think grabbing the text makes a lot more sense. And honestly, if I grab the text, I'm not really wanting to potentially have a text-to-speech plugin put into the YouTube Shorts, but that probably is the right move. If I did just have a decent sounding text-to-speech plugin where the computer is reading off the description. I'm getting more comments on the YouTube Shorts of substance, so they're also working. Anyways, moving on. This is going to be a 5-hour stream if I don't move faster. Crimson Tactics, The Rise of White Banner. I guess I'll leave on the follow list. The only part that really catches my attention is the cards here. Yeah, this is a strategy placement game, and I just don't like strategy placement games, so actually I can just take it off the follow list. Although we're seeing increasing numbers of games that have come out of early access or have actually launched that I've already made a follow for, and that will just be the standard way things go. Glow Strike Robot Obliteration here looks like nothing, just blinding neon red and blue light. Here we have Rune Factory 3 Special, which maybe means that there's a Rune Factory 3 on Steam, or this is the first time Rune Factory 3 has been available on Steam. It's a farming sim JRPG game. Characters, when zoomed in, are more in that moe style, I'd say, although maybe a little bit taller than your average moe character. Anatomically super long, skinny arms and huge heads. Let's see. Let's see. Rune Factory 3 Special includes newlywed mode, standalone adventures unlocked after marriage to each other of the game's 11 eligible bachelorettes, and a hell difficulty to challenge even veteran players. Well, it's your first visitor, you're a returning player. Alright. This definitely feels like this is a Stardew Valley game, and with a slightly different art style, maybe more of an emphasis on interacting with people. It's obviously fairly positively received. This next game, Wastelander, I think we can dismiss immediately. And then Life After Death. Looks like it's just an asset flip survival game, so no to that. Russian Fight Simulator, we can say no to just based on the name alone as a troll game. Street Stallion Jaywalk Simulator looks also like a troll game. And noticeably so far, we haven't seen any adult games. So we may very well have some bundling happening here, if not full censorship, in that no adult games are being allowed to release over the weekend. It may also be a case of the person at Valve that looks at adult games not looking at any adult games because they took Labor Day off. Medieval Playground here doesn't look like anything. Let's see, Witchcraft Candy Hunt. Side-scrolling shooter. It's not quite visually polished well enough in my opinion, though. You know what? I'll be generous. Make a short on it. Just in the abundance of caution category. Wild West Old Sam is a low polygon Western shooter. It's weird that we really haven't gotten any shooters, Western shooters, so far that really stand out in my mind. I guess Red Dead Redemption and the Red Dead series might be the closest to a Western shooter. The Girl Who Travels Forest of Dreams doesn't really feel like it supports English. It's a Korean game. Looks like just a Korean RPG game. Which, yeah. I think I would pretty much dismiss this. Super spooky sub game Spectacular. looks like it's a collection of mini games. Which, yeah, I think we can curate that and say no to that too, even though it doesn't look terrible for what it is. Maxix Robotics. Survive the Night, Five Nights at Freddy's clone. It's not showing me any of the enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. Here we have Enchanted Portals, which this is a series of games from this developer that look like decent visuals for Cuphead clones, but they come out in very different versions and they seemingly are just absolute awful for the reviews. Few good ideas here, but the presentation and the general feel of the game kind of feels so awful. I was trying not to compare it to Cuphead, of course, but my goodness, you can see so much bad design choices, like no tutorial, the levels are randomly generated, no feedback, the color blends so often with the attacks. Slippery controls, no checkpoint system for like 5-minute levels. Stock sound effects and overall just really sloppy. Should not be the same price as Cuphead. Hell, even $10 would be too much. Yeah, and that has just been consistently the problem with Cuphead clones so far, is that none of them have come off well. I think with 12,000 very positive Starfield reviews, I can go ahead and put Starfield on the wish list. Although in all fairness, I have Fallout New Vegas to cover, I have Fallout 4 to cover, which was gifted to me and then I never got around to actually playing it. Apologies once again to that person who gifted me the game. I think I need to buy the DLC for it, and that's in part why I didn't play it. But yeah, I've not gotten around to playing a Bethesda game in so long that Starfield has come out, and by the time I get around to playing Starfield, there's a decent chance that I will end up be playing the next Elder Scrolls game instead. It is an interesting thought. Should Valve allow, or does Valve have any rules against referencing other games that you've made? It seems like it's fairly valid to say that this is made from Bethesda Game Studios, the award-winning creators of Elder Scrolls V and Fallout 4, although in all fairness, the actual creators, the actual human beings that made Skyrim and Fallout 4 may not really be working at Bethesda Game Studios. And that is part of the problem I'd like to see Valve try to tackle. Is instead of a developer being listed as a company, it should be probably a development company and then a plus button to say, here is the writer, here's the director, here's a programmer, lead programmer, here's some non-lead programmers, here's the voice actors. A full-on IMDb connection where you get full credits integrated into every Steam game listing would be very appealing, certainly. And as far as I know, there's not anybody even right now trying to make a website like an IMDb that is very focused around credits, which honestly, I guess if I had venture capitaling, that's a decent website to make as an idea. Just start with that. Wikipedia is probably your closest bet, but even Wikipedia tends not to credit every single person in the credits. Do I need to make a YouTube short on Starfield? Not really. By the time it came out, everybody would have already heard of Starfield. Even now, everybody's already heard of Starfield. Warzoom. Looks like it's a low-effort Minecraft game. Bingo Pinball Game Room. These are potentially the old style of pinball tables that would have been on the wall, not in a vertical form factor, closer to something we call pachinko these days. Although pinball, that's where the name would come from, is that it would be an old wooden board with pins, and the ball would bounce around as it falls downward. Well, that's intriguing, because that also is getting to a real history of old pinball, although I'm not sure these are really based on actual pinball tables or not, or how many of these old pinball tables people even know exist or know what they look like, because they, at one point in the United States, where almost all the pinball tables were, declared it to be gambling and started to chop up the wooden pinball tables and things like this and burn them in a prohibition that nearly ruined the pinball industry completely. Defend Earth Xeno Survivors Prelude is the next game, which, yeah, nothing there of interest. It just came out with a new updated version of Whirlwind as a pinball table, where they've changed the visuals and changed the rule set and left the table layout the same, but updated the graphics, updated the audio for the new game mode. So you're basically getting the old pinball table being remade for Whirlwind, and a whole new playset to play it differently. Molly Medusa, Queen of Spit. Interesting. Where's the spit part come from on that? Be weird to have a character just spitting all over the place, although it'd be kind of funny. Give that a chance. Clash of Panzer, I assume, is just trying to have a name confusion between other mobile games, and clearly this is a mobile game. So I'm not really willing to give this a chance, plus it doesn't really show me anything in these screenshots other than the different types of tanks. And where's the chopper come in and all that? Like, World of Tanks clone, effectively. Let's see. Now this is weird. I could have sworn I saw a game very similar to this title that I made a YouTube short on, but it's not on the follow list. Maybe it was a game that just had a similar name. Yeah, that's it. There was a Detective Montgomery Fox, the case for the necklace, and that was August 22nd. Then there's Detective Montgomery Fox 2, the case for the missing ballerinas, August 3rd. And now number 3, September 6th. And all of these are getting released fairly quickly. And so it's a hidden object game, and I question whether it's maybe a hidden object game series that has been popular on some other websites and other platforms, and it's just being released on Steam fairly quickly. Either that, or I'm ending up making 3 YouTube shorts for what is very similar games. Now weirdly though, this one is not number 4, The Revenge of Victor Draven. It's not labeled as Detective Montgomery Fox 3 there. It's only labeled here there. Which that is some of the weirdness on Steam too, is you'd think that the title up here would have to be the exact same title here, and that you couldn't type in the same thing wrong or confuse people. Like, arguably, if a game like this, Coin Chase, said Coin Chase at the top, no, if it said Starfield at the top here, and then it said coin chase down here. I think legally you might make an argument that that kind of bait and switch would be harder to prove, or wouldn't be as illegal, because the title closest to the purchase button would be the correct name, which would be the exact reason why Valve should say that the title here should be exactly the same as this, with very few exceptions. Yeah, it definitely feels like there's just too many places where the developer can put in information, and that information can be inaccurate at best, or just downright lies. Let's see, Mountain Bicycle Rider Simulator. I think we'll say no to this. Golf Echoes Tint of Treason. I think we have to probably say no to this too. This is a shortened version of our upcoming game, Golf Echoes Memories of the Past. English and Arabic. So it's basically a demo. It's weird that it has online co-op as an aspect. You have to play online co-op with 2 people all time having played the game so far today. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that based on the visuals, I guess, alone. Next we have a game called The Encounter Chapter 1, which doesn't look like anything of interest. Almost done. And then we have Monolith O Pasadillo, which looks like a garbage horror game. And we really are going to hit this point. No adult games at all today. Not a single one. This is a Portuguese-Brazilian game, horror game. It looks terrible. I think we've got 2 more games to look at. I think you would have seen at least one. But at a certain level, maybe a lot of the adult games are being held up for the Tokyo Game Show too. Also, Logic Colors doesn't look like anything. Last Hero Journey to the Unknown might be something, so I'll give it a chance. And then Plunder Islands. See, the only thing I guess I could double check here, I guess I'll say no to Plunder Islands also, is I could double check to see if somehow a switch got flipped on my Steam account, or we got logged out of a Steam account, and that's why I'm not seeing adult content. Because if you're by default logged out. One thing that occurred to me is it really would make a lot of sense for Valve to have a kids.steam.com, a special curated website that did not have cookies, did not collect any personal information, so it would allow people under the age of 13 under the current laws to be on the website, and they wouldn't be knowingly collecting any information on them. And then you could have a very curated experience of just like the Disney games, the Lego games, make it 10-20 games or so that you know are rated E for everyone by the ESRB. Yeah, if you specifically only allowed games that could mail in an actual ESRB or fax in an ESRB certification for E for everyone, if only those games were allowed, and then it was kid friendly, then you could help grow a second generation of people playing on Steam. Whereas I wouldn't be surprised if at some point a lot of kids grow up playing on Nintendo or Sony's or Xboxes, and they never even think to use Steam. Even if they become a PC gamer, they end up using some other platform, possibly the Epic Game Store, because they grew up playing Fortnite. But yeah, that probably Valve would never bother to do that. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream. I rambled on a little long, and so we took a little too long. That's going to be it. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.